way.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Evening.
All right, here we go. Okay. Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You got to twist your words in every which way, because the motto will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Is it a straight line or does it curve? Some people unclamp it, but that is absurd. We all know that the model will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you are model afflicted blue. Model affliction. It's your addiction. That model affliction. It brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. Conflating curvature with elevation change has got your local distance just out of range. That old biggie is gonna dictate everything that you do. And everybody knows that you got the model affliction blue. It's your decision defending the model position. You just don't know the geometric propositions. That old ball, it'll always be illogical to you. That's why perpendicularity is a puzzle to you. Model affliction. It's your addiction. Model affliction. It brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain.
World famous Buster. And we are live. Welcome everybody. You'll have to forgive me today. Stretched and I don't really know what I'm doing anymore. So today's been a tricky day, so you'll have to forgive me if we're not on our usual thing. So yeah, Model Affliction Monday. It's about time we started letting everybody know why we are actually here. It's the model afflicted people that drew me in. Mainly a few main ones that I met on Twitter. These ones, the model afflicted people, are the ones that told me that level wasn't horizontal. In a very horrible way, right? They didn't just say, no, it's not. Here's why it's not. They chose a really different method. So, I'm in here because I've been trying to ask people questions about this stuff. And most people will have heard the argument. They know. They know the horizontal's parallel to the plane of the horizon argument, hopefully. They know that if A equals B, and B equals C, then A equals C. That's a standard logical argument. And since horizontal and vertical are perpendicular, and level and plumb are perpendicular, it makes sense that they're the same thing, because plumb is vertical. I mean, we've been over all these. There's many of logical proofs. Most of this sort of stuff people know, people understand. It's basic, simple logic that has to be denied. Yeah, there you go. Into the break gets it. Horizontal is geometrically incompatible on a globe. Sorry. On a globe model with center as to the center is the problem, right? That's the geometrically problematic statement. If you have vertical and being perpendicular to horizontal, that's fine. That works. Yeah, see Wally's in for today. Thank you very much, Wally. Thanks for coming in. We do have what we say on an extension of what Into the Break was saying. We have the blue marble induced paradoxes, of which, like Into the Break says, we have the horizontal paradox. The paradox being that you can't have horizontal on a globe model with to the center as part of it. Just do away with to the center and you'll be fine. Don't worry about it. There's no contradiction. You're never asked to deal with the contradiction if you're that way inclined. But there's a lot of people that have what do you say, a globe dictates sort of thing. Dogma. It's like globe dogma, of which the horizontal paradox is one of them. That states it's impossible to depict orientational perpendicularity on the globe model without contradiction. But a lot of people are okay with contradictions. It's the modern life. It's 2023. You're allowed to have contradictions. Surely. You have to have contradictions within the monad, right? If you have a dogma that dictates, I know what you call it, Wally. Yeah, Wally says he calls it reality, but contradictions, I don't have contradictions in reality, so I can't call a contradiction reality. I've not been trained well enough. I've not been subjected to the dogma and the rigorous blue marble scientific training that people have to go through. I've not I've been asking people to see whether they can actually talk about this, but it seems like there are multitudes of people that are completely unable to talk about what they claim. They just make claims. I don't think there's any flat earthers in here, God, Bill. But we are going to go over. What? Oh wow! Look at that. There you go. That's how you do it. If you find a contradiction, then that means you're a FE, according to the Flat Earth Society guy in the chat. Welcome the Flat Earth Society guy. He's not model afflicted at all. I do have some things I want to go over because we've been having some chats recently. Let me just find which videos we are. Now, these are conversations that I have with people. And obviously, everybody within this arena, there are a load of Flat Earth Society guys that want to push it, right? They really want to be able to keep it alive, even though everybody knows it's ridiculous. People should be talking about what happens in reality rather than just talking about what they imagine goes on within a model that, you know, or other people's models. They discuss all of that sort of stuff. Right, now that one is the complementary contradictions of the blue marble. So let me find that for you. I've got some videos for us to go over. We're going to go over one with a guy that's claimed on YouTube that he's measured the tilt of a vertical. So we'll be going over that. Not surveyor. Wow. What is it called? On the level line. Wow. I wonder how far is he? Wow. Oh, this is a long way away. All right, now. Here we go. Here's curious. Right, so for you guys in Discord to have a look at this, I don't know. And say sorry about this. Right, so check this out. Not big enough. I can make it big.
Wally's already got questions for you in the chat.
Oh,
He's on about toothpicks, but I'm not sure what he's on about.
Toothpick tangents again. Crazy. Let's have a look. It's a psyop, Wally. Yeah. You're fully balls deep into it. Right, so This is like from 2 weeks ago. It's Kenny's. Now, Kenny's a blue marble scientist, and he comes into
Yes, this is basic geometry.
Oh.
Your flat Earth geometry. Flat Earth
Oh, there we go. Flat Earth geometry. That was a PhD Tony that did that. You should have a go and have a word with him. All right, so which model? Let's get back to this. So this is Kenny, and Kenny asks me, he wants to see the proofs, but something tells me what Kenny doesn't really know what a proof is. And he puts this, right? Now, work through me with this. It says, level line. A level line or a level surface is one which at all points is normal to the direction of the force of gravity. Now, that's vertical. Blue Marble said that. As defined by a freely suspended plumb bob. Again, vertical, plumb bob. And he says it's normal. Level line or level surface is one which at all points is normal to the direction of the force of gravity as defined by a freely suspended plumb bob. Now, normal is, quite simply, perpendicular. And that's defined in definition 10 of Euclid, book 1, like we've shown you many times. So, level line is perpendicular to the direction of the force of gravity, which is a plumb bob, shown by a plumb bob. Vertical. Level is perpendicular to plumb bob. That's what he says there, right? A level line or level surface is one which at all points is normal, perpendicular, to the direction of the force of gravity as defined by a freely suspended plumb bob. Everyone okay with that? It's quite easy to understand. Perpendicular. Level is perpendicular. It says, as already indicated in chapter 1, I don't know where chapter 1 is, during the discussion of the geoid. Such surfaces are ellipsoidal in shape. What does that tell you about ellipsoidal? That's right. It's a straight line. Because it's perpendicular, normal, to the direction of gravity. So we can quite safely say that in chapter 1 that we didn't know about, we haven't seen it, but chapter 1 would show that the discussion of the geoid, that such surfaces, the perpendicular ones to vertical, are what they call ellipsoidal in shape. Which ellipsoidal, in the book that he must have talked about there, must be like a plane. Anybody got any problems with that? A level line or level surface is one which at all points is normal to the direction of the force of gravity as defined by a freely suspended plumb bob. Because normal, what's normal? Does anybody know?
Yes, if we have angle of, I know this, that if we have angle of incidence for rays and angle of reflection, then the line between them is normal. This is just perpendicular to the surface of which is bouncing light rays. So that
would be the normal.
This surface has to be planar, let's say,
Yeah.
and this and the normal is just perpendicular.
Yeah, it's normal to the direction of the force of, so it's normal not to a curve, it's normal to the plumb bob.
Can I say hello and address one thing in the statement?
Go on.
Direction of the force
Yeah.
of gravity.
Yeah,
Okay.
as defined.
What
No. Don't get this wrong, right? What it says is a direction of the force of gravity as defined by a freely suspended plumb bob. So the plumb bob defines the force of gravity. That's what he said. Right? Don't get it wrong. It's
Okay, so they're not actually calling gravity a force?
No, he's saying the force of gravity as defined by a freely suspended plumb bob. So the freely suspended plumb bob, the thing that you know of, that's what
It's
defines the
hanging.
force of gravity, right? So you can just call it a plumb bob, right? There's no need to have it define anything. It is just a plumb bob in itself.
Yeah.
But this expression is wrong because plumb bob does not define gravity. So this
Well,
is
this
wrong
is meant to be it's meant to be a surveying term, right? But what he's saying is that the level line is normal to a plumb bob. Yeah.
Yes, for me, it's strange language because I would say that plumb bob is normal to level. That would make sense.
Yes.
But level being normal to plumb bob doesn't make.
Well, it's perpendicular, right? I mean, there's
yes,
no difference,
it is
is there?
perpendicular. Yes, but in terms of what normal means, for example, in optics, it is quite reverse.
It's just a lot of words.
Well, it's not. It is like paper says. When you think of normal, you think of the vertical, right? That is like when you think of perpendicular, you think of the vertical. But this one seems to have got it swapped round. It says level line, level surface is one, which at all points is normal to the direction. So it's saying that the level is the normal to the vertical.
If he says so, it means that level has to be straight line. Because normal, by any means, is always straight line.
Yep. I would say so too. Kenny says this is the definitions per geodetic surveying and geometry. I don't know, but I mean, if that's what Kenny says, I hope you've got your sources right there, Kenny. If you want to come in and sort it out, make sure if you've made a mistake or anything. But that's what you've typed. They're your words, your comment. Yeah, Kenny. Welcome, Kenny. Okay, so we've sorted out that level is definitely, according to Kenny's definition there, from geodetic surveying. Apart from the ellipsoidal in shape, now that's a bit weird why they'd say that, define that. But I mean, we haven't got chapter 1 there, so. And then he says horizontal line, right? A horizontal line or surface is one which is normal to the direction of force of gravity at a particular point.
Non sequitur.
Any point.
Because,
yeah.
Yes, any point, because vertical is straight line. And according to this, let's say, definition, it means that level is straight line also. So horizontal has to be straight line also. So this addition that at a point is redundant should not be there.
Yeah, at a particular point, but at any particular point. That particular point, that point, that point, that point, any point along the line, it will always be normal, because he says a horizontal line or surface is one which is normal, straight line, to the direction of the force of gravity, a plumb bob. I mean, that was defined by a plumb bob, so a horizontal line is normal to a plumb bob again. Like, they're both the same. There's no difference between either of these, to me.
Yes, well, this, let's say, definitions says that both lines are straight,
Mm-hmm.
vertical and horizontal and level.
And they're both perpendicular to a plumb bob. Vertical.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Straight
So-
line, perpendicular. Yes.
So we go with if A equals B, B equals C, then A equals C. Level is horizontal. I mean, obviously, if they're both perpendicular to a plumb bob. Kenny's in the chat there. The definitions are explicitly different. They're not. They're the same. But I mean, if you want to come in and let us know where the difference is, just come in and let us know.
Wait a second. He wrote a level or level surface is which at all points is normal.
Mm-hmm.
And he is saying the same about horizontal. So both level is normal and horizontal is normal.
Yeah.
He equivocates horizontal with level, and both are perpendicular to, he said, force of gravity or whatever, plumb bob. So now if he is rejecting his own statements, so I don't understand why.
I don't think he understands his own statements, I think. He thinks they're different for some reason, but...
No, they are the same. Both are normal.
Provided you a definition of normal, Bev. Well, they're the same thing. It's the same for both definitions. It doesn't matter what your definition of normal is. It's perpendicular. Neither of those lines can bend. A horizontal doesn't bend and level doesn't bend. You can't have a normal one that's normal and curved and the other one that's normal and straight. That's ridiculous. But hey, it gets more fun because obviously this sort of conversation goes on. I say they both seem like they're the same thing. Both level and horizontal are perpendicular to plumb or vertical at any point anywhere. If A equals B, B equals C, then A equals C. Please help me understand where these are different. This is a day ago, so this has been going on for a bit. Kenny, who's in the YouTube chat, says, I posted 2 definitions taken from geodetic surveying text. It explains the differences exactly. What confuses you about being normal at all points to the ellipsoid versus a flat plane or line normal to the ellipsoid at a single point?
It doesn't matter. Normal is normal. This is line. Normal is not a point. Normal is a line, straight line. So this if he took this definition from geodetic surveying, it means that geodetic surveying equivocates horizontal with level. Both are straight lines.
I get that, right? I mean, that's what I see as well. I'm trying to ask Kenny, like, where does he see the difference? I am struggling to understand what he thinks normal is and where normal comes from in surveying. I'm really struggling as to what he means. I say normal is perpendicular. You can't have an angle to a curve. Both level and horizontal are perpendicular to both vertical and horizontal. They're the same because they have the same relationship to the same things. I'm trying my best to help people understand how simple logic is. And it seems like Kenny can't understand how these are the same thing. But I mean, they can sit in the chat saying that you don't understand, but it's pretty simple to understand, Kenny. That see you later, Kenny. Yeah, it's pretty easy to see how these are actually the same thing. Just Kenny has a strange idea that they are different. Kenny says, if something is normal at all points to gravity, the shape being the ellipsoid, and the ellipsoid is not flat, how can it also be a flat plane normal at one point to gravity? The definitions are not the same. They are explicitly different. How can you conclude that two differing definitions are implying identical conditions? Now, I don't know whether we have to go over this again, whether people haven't quite understood this or where we missed out. It would be good if Kenny was around here to do this, but I think he's gone. He's done a runner. He's done a Jesse Kozlowski, as we say. He can't answer the question, so they just disappear.
The answer is implicit in his statement, so
yeah,
this is just...
He wrote it, but he can't see. Like, I think somebody wrote chapter 1 about the... I mean, that must have really done a number on him, that chapter 1. Explaining that an ellipsoid is actually a straight. How can it also be a flat plane? If something is normal at all points to gravity, the shape being the ellipsoid, and an ellipsoid is not flat, how can it also be a flat plane normal at one point to gravity? He keeps putting them in inverted commas. Like, I don't know whether that's because he's saying it or whether he's doing bunny ears. It's a bit hard to tell nowadays, 2023, and this bunny ear commentary that people make.
Maybe it is ellipsoid with zero curvature.
Yeah, it could be. It has to be, though, doesn't it? If it's normal, then it's got to be a straight line. Normal is the straight line, especially if you're talking normal to vertical. He says the definitions are not the same, they are explicitly different. So how can you conclude that two differing definitions are implying identical conditions? Both of them being normal to a plumb line. He says, I have also cited a definition of normal pertaining to geometry. In geometry, a normal is an object, such as a line, ray, or vector, straight, that is perpendicular, straight, to a given object. For example, the normal line to a plane curve at a given point is the infinite line perpendicular to the tangent to the curve at the point.
No, this is not a normal. This is not perpendicular to a tangent. This is a perpendicularity to a surface.
Yeah, it's a plane curve, right? So you've got a normal to the plane.
Yes. So this surface is considered as plane geometrically. So
the curve is just on the plane. The normal is to the plane.
Yes, yes.
So again, yeah, I like I say, I'm not too sure what he's talking about there, because geometrically, I think he's missing that as well. But hey, if anybody, like I say, if anybody wants to come and explain anything, what they imagine about this geometry, we can work through all of this sort of stuff. This is Model Affliction Monday, so this is what we expect. Model Afflicted people have been given a dogma. Right now, I think he thinks that normal changes because if you wave a magic word like ellipsoid around, that you can completely change the definitions of the words like normal and perpendicular. But you can't. They're the ones that you can't change. And he does seem to have a contradictory statement where he keeps mentioning an ellipsoid. All I can conclude is that within modern geometry, an ellipsoid is a straight, either straight or on a plane, one of the two. I say, you think the normal is perpendicular to the tangent? I'd keep quiet about that if I were you. It's a quoted definition, says Kenny. What part of that was unclear? I say, it's your interpretation that's in question. They're obviously both the same. Just accept the contradiction and move on. Be at peace with your globe. I like that one. That's my new favourite. And Kenny says, so despite a definition that is clearly contradictory to your statement, I think this is where he starts getting confused. It's my interpretation that's inaccurate. I'm not the one arguing against definitions of words and geodetic surveying definitions. How could my interpretation possibly be incorrect? That's Kenny. He has gone. He's done a Jesse, hasn't he? I hope you're still listening, Kenny. See if you can sit quiet for this. So Kenny says, so despite a definition that is clearly contradictory to your statement, he thinks there's a contradiction to my statement that level is perpendicular to plumb and horizontal is perpendicular to plumb, vertical. Same thing.
Yes, and these definitions both states the same.
Yeah. I say, I understand that you can't use reasoning to work anything out for yourself. And I can also see that you're a diletheist that cannot see their own contradictions. Do you accept that there are proofs in reality? That's one of my little ECV statements. I like to throw those ones out. Because they don't accept that there are any proofs in reality. So there's no way you could prove this to people like Kenny. That, you know, they're actually the same thing. Can't. Kenny says, what has been contradicted? Specifically, I work in CAD all the time. I can put reference planes on a sphere that would be normal to the surface at one point anywhere I like. I can also create surfaces of equal elevation from this sphere, just like a level surface on Earth. If any of this violated CAD, which is essential a math and geometry engine, it would not allow it. There are no contradictions, only your misunderstandings and your apparent religious belief that horizontal and level are one and the same, despite definitions stating otherwise. Well,
so no straight lines on their globe then?
I don't know. He just sounds like a confused person to me now.
Because he's got like, how did they make a straight line on their globe then?
Yes, and now he's saying that just like a level surface on Earth, so level surface on his Earth is not this level
It's not
which
normal.
was defined previously.
Yeah, it's not the one that's normal to a plumb line, is it?
Yes, it cannot be.
He's
So,
curved it.
And he said that he is doing something on AutoCAD, but I would say I am not working by any means on AutoCAD, but I would say that AutoCAD wouldn't allow him to create an angle to curved surface. Or
It
to
doesn't
curved
say
line.
that. It just says he can create surfaces of equal elevation from this sphere. He thinks concentric circles are an equal elevation, but that's Rumpus that's taught him that. There are other
Well,
people that have taught him an equal elevation is a circle.
Well, a concentric circle.
Yeah,
Yeah, but those aren't straight lines.
I know. To a center is the big massive problem. The ones that can conceptualize the monad to the center and then imagine that as their deity, they're the ones that have problems with this sort of stuff. Really, they've religified a globe model, and that's what he's doing. He's praying to this thing. He can't get it out of his head, even when he's using the words like normal. You can have normal to a curve, right? A normal to a curve is a tangent point, a straight line or plane, at the point where the point touches the circle or the curve. Always the same relationship, geometrically. But the normals are the straight lines around this sort of stuff. And he's got confused. He just doesn't understand what it's normal to and where these straight lines are situated. But like what he's done is I really struggle with people that do this. You've got a guy that can't see a contradiction, but then imagines that the people that are telling him there's a contradiction, they're the ones with the contradiction. He says there are no contradictions. I say horizontal and vertical are perpendicular. Level and plumb are perpendicular. Level and vertical are perpendicular. And horizontal and plumb are perpendicular. All true statements with no contradictions. Tell me about your model without inducing a contradiction. Do you like that? That's a good one, right? 4 statements. All true statements. Nobody can falsify any of those statements. I'll go through them again. Horizontal and vertical, perpendicular. Can I get a yay? It's a valid statement, right?
Yay.
Okay. Thank you very much, paper. Level and plumb, also perpendicular. I mean, he did say that. That's within his definition. Level and vertical. Well, since plumb and vertical are the same thing, then level and vertical are perpendicular. True statement. Horizontal and plumb. Well, plumb is the same as vertical. So therefore, horizontal and plumb are perpendicular. Another true statement. That's 4 true statements. There's no contradictions in any of those statements.
And it means, of course, that horizontal is parallel to the level.
Yep. Absolutely. So if there's anybody out there, Kenny, if you can bear to be listening to this, to your contradiction, look at that. 4 statements. 0 contradictions. No talk of any model. No need for any talk of any model. You inject a model into that conversation, you're going to inject a contradiction. It's up to you. Who wants to talk about models? It is Model Affliction Monday. But we can lay these things down. Kenny's helping us out. Kenny replies, level is a line normal to gravity at all points following the ellipsoid. Level is a line normal to gravity. So level is a line. What's a line in geometry? Straight.
Straight line.
Okay. So level is a line normal to gravity. Gravity is a plumb bob, like he said earlier, defined by a plumb bob, by his own words. And so normal to a plumb bob would be normal to vertical, which is obviously horizontal. No way around that.
So when he's talking about ellipsoid, any deviation from that straight line, being normal line, would destroy perpendicularity to the plumb bob.
Mm-hmm.
It means that it has to be straight line. So the only way to explain that, this ellipsoid, that would be ellipsoid with the zero curvature. Because otherwise it would deviate from perpendicularity. So it is straight line or ellipsoid with zero curvature, which is the same.
Yeah. He says, so level is a line normal to gravity at all points following the ellipsoid, whatever you want to imagine an ellipsoid to be, but normal at all points. Horizontal is a line or plane normal to gravity at a single point. Just one single point or any single point. Like, who gets to choose which point? Any point, obviously.
Yes, I would say at any point. So
at any single point. But I mean, the point of perpendicularity, but you still need two straight lines for perpendicular or normal. Have to.
yes, so this is redundant. This at a single point, this is redundant. Shouldn't be there. It doesn't. You cannot gain any better knowledge from that addition. So this is redundant.
And he's got an infinite number of verticals are represented by the normal points on a level line. And normal points is fucking ridiculous. I don't even know what that is. There's no such thing as a normal point. And you can't group them. An infinite number of verticals are represented by the normal points on a level line.
Word games.
Yeah, I think he just made that up himself. But I mean, if anybody wants to take that on, if there are any blue marble scientists that like that saying, want to defend it, it just sounds like some gobbledygook that he's put in there for no apparent reason. And then he goes on, obviously, he's helped him, he's helping redefine this. So he says, a plumb line can establish the normal point 2 for horizontal reference plane. And plumb line can establish the normal point 2 for horizontal reference plane. What's a normal point? I don't think you can gather normal points.
No, for me, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
There is no normal points. Normal is a line, always.
It's a relationship, isn't it? Normal. Just
Yes.
like perpendicular.
Yes, it assumes perpendicularity.
Yeah.
This is to the surface. I know it from optics, but it works the same way. Has to be perpendicular.
A plumb line can establish the normal point too for a horizontal reference plane. So anywhere on the horizontal reference plane, you can have a plumb line. Obviously, I think that's what he's trying to say. Establish. You can also reference verticals from this horizontal reference plane. Perpendicular to it, yeah. We've been saying that all along. He says again, I'll have to point this out. There are... So you can also reference verticals from this horizontal reference plane. Though they will diverge from plumb fractionally in a linear fashion as distance from the normal point increases. I sense a bit of a model affliction coming in here.
Yes, he's making prediction about the thing that cannot happen.
Yeah. You can also reference verticals from this horizontal plane, though they will diverge from plumb. But plumb and vertical are the same. Blue Marble Science says plumb, vertical, the direction of gravity or the vector of gravity, and zenith. All four. They're same thing. But he's trying to change it a bit now, somehow, by saying they're not, that they will diverge from plumb. Verticals will diverge from plumb. Nice. This deviation will be small and undetectable with standard construction grade equipment. Wonder what sort of tools you need to be able to measure this. We'll be having a look at that in a bit. Okay, so it's undetectable with standard construction grade equipment.
So it cannot be proven. This statement, what he said, cannot be proven. So this is just empty assertion.
He says you would need to reference verticals miles apart before the deviation from plumb would be noticeable.
Can I just make a comment here?
Mm-hmm. Please do.
So let me get this straight. So you can't see it, right? But there seems to be a great faith in this person that whatever it is that you can't see is actually there. Does anybody want to take a stab at who's the quote religious person here and who's not? In this argument, who would be the religious person? The person that says, can't see it, but trust me, it's there. I know it's there. I have faith that it's there. It's there. You can't tell me it's not there because I know it's there. You can't see it. Yeah, you can't see it. Well, with, the regular stuff that you would normally see things with. You can't see it.
He's denying his own definitions, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's literally denying his own definitions because of something that he's admitted you can't see. Undetectable. At least with standard construction grade equipment. So there might be something out there that can help him, but it's yet to be found. Jesse Kozlowski's done one, and his mate Jeff. He says you would need to reference verticals miles apart before the deviation from plumb would be noticeable. So, are verticals not plumb? I mean, they are the same thing. Vertical and plumb are the same thing. So, how would you reference verticals miles apart before you saw the deviation from plumb? Vertical and plumb are the same thing. You can't separate vertical from plumb miles away. They're the same thing.
Yes, you cannot detect, because if you establish another plumb bob miles away, I would say that this plumb bob will be vertical also. So there would be no other line deviating from plumb bob to establish that this difference. So sorry, you cannot do that.
It's a nonsensical statement, right? If anybody else has ever fell for that sort of a thing, I don't know. It's ridiculous. You would need to reference verticals miles apart before the deviation from plumb would be noticeable. They're the same thing. How can you find a deviation? If I missed anything, let me know and I can clarify, says Kenny. But he's gone. He's done a Jesse Kozlowski. Says, no contradictions here. Just an understanding that level, bunny ears, is not perfectly horizontal, bunny ears. So I don't know what he's doing there. Bunny ears and bunny ears.
He is violating these definitions he brought before.
Well, isn't that the bunny ears what the bunny ears is? It means not that. That's what it means, isn't it?
Yeah, I would say that this is escape.
Yeah.
Because in bunny ears, it means that he's not maybe saying about the same level which one was in definition.
Yeah.
Because this one in definition was without inverted commas. So that would be excuse. Oh, no, I was not talking about that level.
Yeah.
Now I am talking about different level.
So level is not bunny ears level is not perfectly bunny ears horizontal. It is normally inconsequential in most circumstances. What? The bunny ears bit is inconsequential. I mean, what's he doing?
This last statement, I cannot understand what he said.
No. He says, Earth curve did have an effect on the 2 mile LIGO installation. Earth curve affected LIGO, the installation at LIGO. Not the laying of the concrete, not the groundwork, none of that. No. The installation, Earth curve, did have an effect on the 2 mile LIGO installation. Fantastic. I don't know where the curve of the Earth had to be considered and corrected.
Okay, so
What?
his job is to show this, where it is corrected, pictures, footage, whatever.
Well, they corrected the Earth curve. I don't know what does that actually mean.
Whatever.
Yeah.
We need
It
we
affected.
need evidence.
It had an effect on it, and the curve of the Earth had to be considered and corrected. Nice claim, Kenny.
So they can change the shape of the Earth now. Great stuff.
I said to him, you missed your contradiction. Because I think he said here, if I missed anything, let me know. And I said, you missed your contradiction. Horizontal is perpendicular to vertical or plumb at every point, anywhere, exactly the same as level. Kenny says, Show me a definition pertaining to geodesy that states that. Otherwise, you own the contradiction. That's how definitions work. So he's doing, I call this the Chaiki, right? What he's done is he's misunderstood the definitions that he's ended up giving us. And because we can't help him see the actual definitions that he gave us, he's telling us that we own the contradiction. Just handed it back. He's gone, here, I can't understand these definitions. It's not my contradiction, it's yours. That's how definitions work. That's how definitions work. He says then, so you care to own that contradiction to definition. So you care to own that contradiction to definition in your last response, or can I infer that your lack of response as a confirmation? It starts getting a little bit strange now, right?
No, he is contradictory to his own definition he brought.
I say the model introduces the contradiction. It's why there's blue marble induced paradoxes, with the horizontal paradox being one. Kenny says, Bev, it's a shame you're not here, Kenny. Come in for a chat. It's Model Affliction Monday. He says, Bev, words having different definitions does not imply a contradiction. You ignoring definitions and applying your own creates a contradiction. It gets hard to understand when you're talking to people like this. Remember, this all comes from him not understanding his definitions that he gave us. I don't think he's ever drawn any geometry out and been able to show how it works. And
so he accuses you for being in contradiction to his own interpretation of his own definitions. So it means that what he wrote at the beginning, he has different interpretation of that of these definitions, it seems, because these definitions are explicitly simple. They state what they state. So straight lines, perpendicular, etc. If he has different interpretation of that, he should explain. But then it would mean that he is in contradiction to these definition and not you. Yeah, and yes, it is hard to talk to that kind of people.
He says, you ignoring definitions and applying your own creates a contradiction. Level has one meaning and horizontal has another. It is not seen as a contradiction by any professional in any relevant field that I am aware of. They're not aware of it. Everybody just deals with life as is. They probably, like you, Kenny, they just look at the definitions and see a globe.
But the globe is not there, not in these definitions.
Yeah, that's it. So, that's exactly where the globe is, right? It's only in your mind. So as long as you're not thinking about it, it doesn't make any difference. The only people that are really infatuated by it are the people that come ready prepared with their dogma. Their highly religious dogma. I notice we've got FES in the chat as well. think that's QE's personal.
And Akumu virus
Yeah.
also.
Yeah. That's like he's come straight from QE. I thought he was QE's little lapdog. Surprising he's ventured all the way over here. Flat Earth Society doesn't work over here, Kumu. Does he keep talking about all of his weird psyop shit? Can't let it go. Come and explain your contradictions. We're all right. Akumu, we're all fine here with the contradictions. We all know 'tis globe. We've reached the state of epoche with these contradictions. I know how to rid myself of contradictions like this. Does anybody else? I mean, do any of the globe guys know how to rid these contradictions? Other than just ignoring them and saying, "No, these aren't my contradictions, they're yours." He says, I have known plenty of engineers. None of them view level as contradictory to horizontal. What? Level isn't contradictory to horizontal. That doesn't make any sense. Why would an engineer think that level is contradictory to horizontal?
Yeah, so they go with
Level
definitions.
being horizontal, yeah.
Yeah, so as definitions, both definitions state.
Yeah, not contradictory. They're not contradictory. No engineers would ever say they are contradictory. He says then, straight after, he does bunny ears level. Bunny ears level, which obviously isn't the real level, because that's just level, right? Bunny ears level is not that level.
Yes, this is different.
Right, so bunny ears level is equidistant to the center of Earth. Bunny ears horizontal is a flat plane reference plane established by a perpendicular relationship to a single plumb line. I don't think it. I think single there's a bit. I mean, that's maybe why he puts the
yes,
bunny
yes,
ears
because
horizontal.
single means that only one
Mm-hmm.
plumb bob will match this horizontal. Bunny is horizontal,
Mm-hmm.
but still, if he is making this inverted commas, and in definitions there were no inverted commas, it means that he is giving different meaning to both words. So he's not talking about that level, and he's not talking about that horizontal, which were in definitions. So no point to argue with him, I think.
And this is the way you can, when you're having a conversation with somebody in text. I don't know how it's much easier to talk to people, actually talk and communicate, because you can clarify and can ask for clarification. Here in this sort of text speak, you can do this, little bunny ears, which means not. But I mean, how many people are reading it? How many people actually get that bunny ears means the not? He said, there is no contradiction until you misconstrue reality into the level is horizontal paradox, which you fabricated. You can't just fabricate paradoxes like that. It's not how it works. Paradoxes and contradictions need to be talked through. You can't fabricate a paradox. We are talking about a blue marble induced paradox. obviously, that's why most people, like Kenny, are getting misunderstood here. It's that the model induces the paradox. The paradox doesn't exist until the model is put there. The model
Yes.
causes the paradox, the contradiction.
Model is incompatible with these definitions. But definitions taken alone, there is no contradiction there.
Yeah.
In these definitions. Only when you are trying to compare to that model, then yes, you have impossibility. You cannot, these definitions cannot match this model. So it has to be contradiction there. But only if you induce model. Without model, they stand still.
So I say to him, I say, Kenny, I take it you are aware that tools called levels exist with the sole purpose of establishing a horizontal plane of reference. Anybody think of another purpose of a level?
I don't know another purpose.
Yeah, it's the sole purpose, right? The tool, a level, is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. For placing something in the horizontal position, i.e. no slope, no tilt, an even altitude or an even elevation, same thing. And Kenny says, I'm actually very glad you realise this. You see that vial on that level? So I'm guessing that when he says that, right? I'm actually very glad you realise this, that there are tools called levels with the sole purpose of establishing a horizontal plane of reference. In reality, real tools, which I'm going to have an update on. I'm going to start doing all of this stuff again out in the field. So everybody can see exactly how this works. It operates, he says, it operates on the same principle as a plumb bob. A vial on the level. But with the bubble referencing gravity via buoyancy. Yes. Zero pressure. It's at the highest point. Once you know how bubbles work. It says spirit level references gravity to create a horizontal reference. So a spirit level references gravity to create a horizontal reference normal at a single point to gravity. I don't know why single point.
Redundant,
Yeah.
yes.
Perpendicular.
I am not sure if it is in definition, this
Single
addition
point.
at a single point.
No, I think he's done that. A water level references 2 points, one at each end, and creates a flat plane between them. Sounds like a Nathan Oakley Flat Earth Society guy, right? There's no such thing as a flat plane.
Yeah, this is solidism.
Somebody brings a word in there. Probably. He's obsessed. Flat Earth Society, right there. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Alarms are going off. There's no such thing as a flat plane. Sorry. I don't know whether he's heard people. Maybe he's heard a few prominent flat earthers using it, trying to associate flat with plane. But really, one's geometric and one exists in reality. So there's no need to double it up. It's like it would be like saying a level horizontal or a plumb vertical. It's not needed. And nobody does that sort of stuff, does it? Do they? Well, I'd say nobody. Kenny has.
Yes, and he's just repeating from flat earthers because they use that expression.
Yeah.
Flat level, flat plane, or
A flat line.
flat horizontal, flat
straight.
What else? Yes, flat sea level, whatever.
Yeah. Everything flat. He says, a water level references 2 points and creates, I'll just say it, a plane between them, with the actual centre point of that plane being normal to gravity. The centre point.
Center point of the plane.
Centre point of
So
which
that,
plane?
yeah.
Like, how do you do that? That's fantastic, isn't it? So, perhaps what we can have is, what we can establish from this is that a water level is a tool for finding the centre of a plane. Well done. Just have to find the bit where it's plumb, right? Where it's perpendicular.
But if you move one of the ends of water level, you are changing this middle point. So changing that would mean that because if, for example, if you can establish between 2 points of water level, 2 ends of water level, middle point, plumb bob or vertical, and if you move, you are moving this vertical in, I would say, in parallel motion. So that would be, I would say, difficult for them to prove that they are diverging, because they cannot be the same on their model. But in reality, if you are moving this middle point, you are moving vertical. So you are creating parallel verticals. For me, this is, he shouldn't say that.
Well, can the centre point of a plane be normal? Shouldn't he say that vertical is normal to the plane, or plumb is normal to the plane?
Yes, he should, yes, because this is...
But it says the centre of the plane being normal to gravity.
No, it doesn't make any sense.
No, he's got it mixed up, doesn't he? Yeah. He's got confused. He's definitely not copied this out of a definition thing like he seemed to be saying earlier. But do you get the sense of this, that he thinks normal is a curve? Or, like, what does he think normal is? When you hear this, it says, with the actual centre point of that plane being normal to gravity. What?
Yes, he's talking about center point of that plane. So this plane, not center of sphere or whatever, on that plane, of that plane. So he's talking about plane having center point. So he's talking about horizontal plane, which is established by water level, and he's talking about this midpoint between 2 ends of water level. This is his center point of this horizontal plane. I think he's thinking about that.
He says, you're getting there, Bev. You just need to let go of the idea that level and horizontal are the same. I don't get it. I don't understand, and I can't let go of the idea because I have a knowledge that they are the same. They're, even within Kenny's very definitions that he gave us at the beginning, they are the same. Right. And this is where we start getting into some of the really good stuff. Even on a horizontal plane 300 feet long. What? Yeah, I don't know. Even on a horizontal plane 300 feet long. That's just the length, but a plane. The accuracy tolerance of most any level will be less than the curvature in a true level line. Even on a horizontal plane 300 feet long, the accuracy tolerance of most any level will be less than the curvature in any true level line. What's a true level line? And how much curvature would a true level line have? None?
According to definition, 0.
This is, and I bet you've never even heard this one before, but this is Kenny Eaton. He's one of the, well, he's obviously one of the really good ones here. He says, Earth curves at a rate of approximately 20 microns per 10 meters. You can tell we're in 2023 now. 8-inch per mile squared is what I had. But it looks like Kenny has gone for a linear. He's forgot the square function. We don't need that anymore. 20 microns per 10 meters.
Is he paraphrasing the scripture? Because I'm not sure that's exactly the scripture.
I don't know. How many? If we had 400 meters, how much with that would be? 400 meters at 20 microns. So can we get a blue marble mathematician in to do that? Would it be around 8 inches? If we were to make that into a mile, how many microns does it take? I mean,
but still, the real surface of the Earth is deviating. So,
pretty sure that's not
how he can even imagine to measure anything with that numbers on the real surface of the Earth? Doesn't make any sense.
It's definitely Dogma.
Yeah. I mean, is this the new Dogma? Is this the new FE Dogma? Is FE Dogma going to be doing this for you? Oh, look, Blue's in the chat. I didn't see you there, Blue. Don't worry about it. Earth curves at a rate of approximately 20 microns per 10 meters. That's not a curve. That's a rise over run relationship. Isn't it? There's no curve function in that. It's just 20 microns every 10 meters. So again, Kenny's not one of the new ones. He might be new to this, actually, Kenny. Or is Kenny experienced? I don't know. Blue Marble seems to have come to have to help him out. He says it's a very small amount, inconsequential to any construction project. You can't pour concrete that flat under normal circumstances with a slope. Or a curve. Earth curves at a rate of a linear rate, like a slope. Earth curves at a slope, at a rate of slope, it's a very small amount, inconsequential to any construction project. You can't pour concrete that flat under normal circumstances, flat slope.
So it means that you can validate or invalidate that. So this is just pointless.
Yeah. And then I say to Kenny, you seem like an expert. Would you like to come and give a presentation on this? And then he did a Jesse Kozlowski. Gone. Zhup, vamoosh. Off he goes. I see we've got... Oh, no, he's back. Well done, Kenny. How do you think you did? Earth curves are... Is that the new dogma? Is that Kenny's dogma? Or are we just going to, like, blue? Have we got anybody else to confirm that? Akumu virus on your break from... Stefan's in here as well. Stefan, what about you, Stefan? Earth curves at a rate of approximately 20 microns per 10 meters. Now, if anybody's heard that people say you don't know what the actual measurement is, well, looks like Kenny's redefined it for everyone. Well, let me just come back onto Discord for a bit. I've been doing a few of these statements, saving a few here in the Darren's been... I can't remember how long ago it was. 20th of February. When was that? That's today, isn't it? And wow, 19th of February. Right. I'll bring these over for you. Oh, have they been having a go at Kenny? That's not fair, Stark. Right, so let me move this over. There you go. Oh. Right, so there's been a lot of talk about us going out, and you've probably heard Chaiki talking about Blackpool Tower. There was a guy called Ranty, I don't know if anybody can remember him. He got given a picture from Conspiracy Cats, gave him a picture. I think it might have been Ruhif that actually gave him the picture. And he put a ruler on it and said, "Oh, 'tis globe." And then everybody went, "Yay, Ranty's great." And so Ranty's gone. He's done a Jesse Kozlowski now. But Chaiki thought he could get in on it, and he watched the video of us when we were doing a test, when we had the camera on the level, which we will be doing more of, coincidentally. I'm going to be showing people exactly how these levels work. And we will be doing optic tests, perspective tests, and we'll be showing people how all of these relationships work and all of that. Oh, Mike Dornan. Dell had a chat about Blackpool Tower, did he? So did Jaren. It's really weird that nobody wants to come and talk to us about it when we can go down there and just do it. We're using all of the pictures. Ranty was given 2 pictures, was he, Wally? There you go. So out of Wally's mouth, Ranty got given 2 pictures to put rulers on. He got them given the method of it as well. So I say he likes my work. I can see why he's obsessed. We do some fine work, and then There's a meme that we've got here that shows. Can you not see that? Oh, it shows anyway. It shows the 100, 30 meters, 50 meters, 75 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, 400 meters, and 500 meters of what you can actually see in the crosshairs through the scope of an auto level. I says, who else does this sort of stuff live? And Darren says, I applaud you for doing that. It's a worthwhile thing. I said, do you know of anyone that's claimed to have measured verticals tilting? What accuracy do they claim? He says, you can measure vertical tilting by using the perpendiculars. This is Darren. You can measure vertical tilting by using the perpendiculars, says Darren. Perpendiculars are vertical, is horizontal. So you can measure the tilting of vertical by using horizontal, says Darren. Now, Darren and Kenny are two completely different people. Don't be thinking they're the same people. They're not. They've got different names. How could they possibly be the same people? Darren says, if
No
the
way.
perpendicular to vertical have angles between them, then the vertical can't be parallel. Right now, that is a logical statement. That's perhaps one of the first blue marble scientific logical statements. It's probably an argument. It's an if-then relationship.
Let's investigate.
Yeah, if the perpendicular to vertical have angles between them, then the vertical can't be parallel. Right, so let's go over this one. The perpendicular to vertical have angles between them. I would say they have an angle, yes. It's called a right angle. So the perpendicular to vertical, if the perpendicular to vertical have angles between them, 90 degrees, all of them. All of the perpendiculars always have a 90-degree angle between them. We okay with that?
Yes.
Okay, right now. Then, says Darren, vertical can't be parallel.
Yes, because one vertical cannot be parallel to the same vertical.
Yeah, then the vertical can't be parallel. Mm-hmm.
But this is, of course, not not talking about parallelism between verticals, because he's talking about one vertical. Very smart, but
yeah,
no, not very smart.
Yeah, well, I mean, it has the appearance, right, of a logical statement. So, I mean, I'll give him a 5 for sophistry, right? Because if anybody was unaware of how logic works, right, and without being able to break it down, that could look like a logical statement, couldn't it? I would.
Yes, if someone cannot recognize plural and singular, then yes.
I thought that we was meant to be staying away, you guys. Can't keep away, can you? This is a good one as well. Darren's been doing some good work for the blue marble scientists. Right, so Darren, this is over the weekend. He always does stuff like this. I think it was Friday, to be honest. He says, I'm not interested in definitions. They're meaningless, right? Ruhif states. And that, again, that's one of the dogma, I think. I think this is part of the dogma that they get given. We are interested in the truth. It's not... I'm not interested in definitions. We are interested in the truth. Again.
False dichotomy.
Well, do you like the way he does it? He says, I'm not interested in definitions. We are interested in the truth. Statement about me. Statement about us. Very clever. We can discuss without starting a circular conversation about what horizontal means, because he's not bothered about the definition. He's not interested in the definitions. So he doesn't think that we should be able to have a discussion about the terms of the definitions of things, because he's not interested in them.
Yes, but it implies that he is not interested in truth, because to have truth, you have to operate within defined terms to create syllogism or proof or whatever. You have to define terms. So without definitions, you cannot gain truth.
Yeah, you have to start off with the idea. Or you have to start off with your truth value at the beginning to be able to carry it on through with the same identity of the same subject that you were talking about at the beginning. Otherwise, just like you say, it doesn't work. He says, this is Darren, not Kenny, not the same person as Kenny. And he says, I dispute that all verticals are perpendicular to all horizontal planes. All verticals are perpendicular to horizontal planes, though. But he disputes it. He says it doesn't align with what we see as verticals get further apart.
But he said that this is unnoticeable. So,
yeah, it was Kenny that said that. You might be getting Kenny and Darren mixed up. Don't be getting Kenny and Darren mixed up. They're definitely two different names. One of them's on YouTube. Oh, no, sorry, Kenny isn't he? I won't bet Kenny's not Australian. He says, this is the bit that interested me, and I'm still trying to get him to come and do this. He might be going over there on Blue Marble Science Discord. I hope so. He says, it's possible to demonstrate that vertical lines aren't parallel. So if anybody wants to see this, it's Darren. Yeah, Kenny's not Australian. Darren, not Kenny. So don't get Kenny mixed up. It's not Kenny that can demonstrate vertical lines aren't parallel. It's Darren. Part of I think he wants to be a Wolfpack member. But I don't think he's got it. This may be his final exam or something. I don't know. Yeah. So Darren says it's possible to demonstrate that vertical lines aren't parallel. I can't do it myself. I'd say it's impossible, but
if he says that that this is possible,
yeah,
and burden of proof is on him, then we are waiting for showtime.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've been here all of the time waiting for anybody to show it. I mean, we've been out there and shown that level is horizontal. That a straight line lies within a plane and does not depart from that plane at any point. Kenny does agree with Darren that it's possible to demonstrate verticals not being parallel. Well, there you go. Look, there's another one. Kenny and Darren, very similar. He says, specifically, I'm interested in discussing why the level shot from Southport doesn't intersect the tower at the same elevation as the auto level? It's because the tools are way beyond their range. There's a guy, we don't know whether he lives in Maine or not, but he says it's not meant for that. It's only meant for like 200 feet at most. But there are a group of people that do seem to, like you see, is interested in it. Darren's interested in it. But luckily, we are going to be going out and doing many more of these perspective tests. We've got plenty of tests to do. If anybody wants to come and talk about it, or how we do that, feel free to come on in. Have a chat. And then I think we've got some of these here. This is just a bit of fun that we had with. They've got what I call the Flat Earth Society continuing a psyop. So I say triangles having 180 degrees is not FE. Level being straight is not FE. Claiming they are is the work of the Flat Earth Society. And I'll keep stating that. Injecting flat Earth into conversations about geometry in reality is the work of the Flat Earth Society. It's a psyop. There's no point in it. Let's just talk about what we do in reality without people bringing models into it. People are crazy. And I was talking to somebody else, but this is a guy called Farmer's Boy. You know, he is a farmer's boy. He says, well, he's called Roger Peachy on Twitter. He says, but you are a flat earther. You just lie about it a lot. It's what you do. Lie. That's Farmer's Boy. When everybody knows we're not a flat earther. Right? The earth is not flat and level does not curve. You want to come and have a conversation about it? Let's do it. But don't say that I'm a flat earther when one of my core tenets is the earth is not flat. I can prove it. If you want to come and talk about it, I can quite happily talk about that. But the earth is not flat. Level does not curve. Two statements. Anybody's free to come and have a conversation about if you dare, or if Blue Marble will let you. Maybe Blue Marble's told you not to come round and have a chat. That's Blue Marble Science, the YouTuber. Maybe it was Where's Wally that told you not to come round. Maybe Darren. Maybe Darren's decided to tell you not to come round over here and have a chat about this stuff. Because, I mean, he's talked a load of shit. Darren might have to come and actually support his claim that it's possible to demonstrate that vertical lines aren't parallel. Look, it's got Darren's name up here at the top. Definitely Darren that said it. But he's got people like Farmer's Boy supporting him, just saying he's lying. So this one's for any farmers boys out there that like to say we're lying. Are we lying when we say that Darren here, Darren in the chat, says it's possible to demonstrate that vertical lines aren't parallel? Who's going to demonstrate that for Darren? Darren's not going to demonstrate it. Do you reckon the higher ups? Do you reckon? I don't think Blue Marble will let Darren come over and demonstrate it. I don't think Blue Marble will even let himself demonstrate it.
This is too dangerous.
Yeah, they'd have to give away all of their methods and everything, wouldn't they? So this is Farmer's Boy again. After that, blatant slander or libel, I think you'd call it, wouldn't it? People calling you a liar without ever actually stating what it is that you're lying about. But that's what Farmer's Boys do. I say, I'm not involved in the PSYOP in any way whatsoever. I personally have a proof that it's not flat, thank you. Please don't involve me in your flat earth society dealings. I think it's ridiculous how grown men can involve themselves in such childlike drama. Try thinking. And then Farmer's Boy, obviously, is a genius. Wow, the projection is off the charts. You're a flat earther. Again. You've been promoting it for years. When have I promoted flat earth? In fact, I've took a load of shit from the flat earthers. So maybe Farmer's Boy is seeing something completely different. Your entire model is that of a flat earth. Stop lying, Bev. Like, what model? What flat earth model? I keep saying triangles having 180 degrees, level being horizontal. It's got nothing to do with flat earth. It's got nothing to do with the flat earth model. But Farmer's Boy here, Roger, childlike man, can't stop thinking about it. We have had a weekend away, so sorry about this. If we're going to go over there, we will get round to going over some videos in a bit. Now, this is Kenny. Have I wrote this? If something is normal at all points to gravity. Oh no, we've been over that. Don't need to go over that. Went over the whole thing, didn't we? This is this one's Darren again. I say to him, at least try and justify the contradiction you've made between horizontal and vertical being both perpendicular and not perpendicular. He put, that's right. You cannot draw this with parallel verticals and parallel horizontals and still get an angle between mean sea level and the auto level. And then he draws this. I don't know what that is. But you cannot draw with this parallel verticals and parallel horizontals and still get an angle between mean sea level and the auto level. Not too sure what that means. He says the only acceptable scenario is that the auto level is pointing sky high by a fair amount. Then we can say it's not level locally. If the auto level is straight and level, and mean sea level is straight and level, then this is the only way for the mean sea level point at the tower to be angularly separated from the auto level line by such an angle. And he does another drawing. If anybody can make any sense out of them.
I cannot.
It doesn't make any sense, does it?
Auto level is always above horizon, so it is well-known fact. So I don't know why they are looking for a gap between horizon and horizontal in auto level. to find this gap being like 1 foot or whatever, it is impossible. So I don't know what they are doing with that.
And what we get here as well is he's got an auto level being an angle separated from the auto level line by an angle. I don't know where we get this angle from, because auto levels do not measure vertical angles. That's one thing we absolutely know for certain.
Yeah, so so he assumes that this auto level is showing level or what? I don't know.
Yeah, or where he measures his angles, but he could show that whenever he comes to do the. Look, Darren's here. And then I've had a couple of conversations in Twitter. Twitter's been okay as well with the troll team. They're still there, still on Twitter, still the same guys talking about the same stuff over and over again. So what I did here, right? We were talking about parallel lines because there's an interesting question I put out. I think I'll have to put it on the website about parallel. In fact, let me get that for you first, so everyone can see that. The actual question that I put out. Right, so this one here. Now, Skeptic Ascot is he's been round it. We've actually had a chat with him. He was the French guy the DP had a chat with. So I say, how many parallels do you see in this picture? Is anybody willing to brave an answer? Is there any brave souls out there to let us know how many parallels we see in the picture? Because it's been on Twitter for a bit, this one. Ooh, it's a tricky one, isn't it? Well, Skeptic Ascot, we'll leave it out there. Maybe nobody brave enough to say. I don't want to give the game away. Keep everybody doing these sort of things for themselves. Skeptic Ascot says 13. If my eyes don't trick me.
I have a question.
What?
Parallel circles, like concentric circles, are they saying is the same as a parallel line?
I think so. Yeah. Well, there's 13 in that picture.
Why would we have the term concentric if they're parallel?
Well, that's the reason why I asked the question.
Yeah, no, I like your question because I don't think concentric circles should be labeled as parallel.
Well, I'm guessing that's how he ended up with 13. I mean, this has been going on because he thinks I tricked him. So yeah, we go back to this one.
I can see 2 vertical lines and 2 horizontal lines, and they are so 2 pairs.
2 pairs of ball lines, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'd say as well. This one's parallel to this one, and this one's parallel to this one. This one's there's 4 lines that are parallel, but they're only parallel to one other line each. They're not all parallel to each other. So, I mean, That's what I was expecting. Either 4 or 2 pairs or whatever like that. That was an answer. But he said 13 and I thought, hey. So I say, do you know the source of the definition of parallel, right? Talking about definition 35, book 1. And also I threw in definition 5, I think it is, of book 11, parallel planes. And then Morton comes in. He's a new one. I've never seen him before, but I mean, it could easily be a sock account because they do get banned a lot and they come back with new accounts. Similar to what Stark Otter does. He keeps changing his name. So you might think it's somebody new, but it's not. It's the same guy. He says, notice how it says straight parallel lines. And what it says is absolutely true for straight parallel lines. That's the definition in Euclid. But it does not mean that all parallels have to be straight or lines. The world didn't stop with Euclid, nor does parallel curves conflict with his definition. So that's modern mathematics. Shitting in the face of the old stuff. Yeah, he's just, you know, like, I know that's the definition of parallel, but it says straight lines in it. So I guess because it says straight lines, that means that there must be parallels that aren't straight. I mean, that's how they work it, I think. What do you think about that?
For me, straight lines. It requires straight lines.
Yeah, here
Simple.
we go. These are the definitions that are put in there. Parallel straight lines are such as are in the same plane and which being produced ever so far both ways do not meet. That's one definition. The other one is parallel planes are such as do not meet one another though produced. So they're the parallel, the definitions of parallel within mathematics. It was number 8, book 11. So there's a thing going on at the minute about parallels. So get on that one as well to see whether. And this is another guy as well. They're all good at making these sort of claims. Although, you know, we make the claim that level is horizontal and we can back it up with all sorts of proof and logical statements, all sorts of stuff. Well, these guys says, you say it isn't flat. Me, I do say that. It's definitely not flat. Sorry for any flat earthers that are out there, but yeah, it's not flat. He says, what you mean is there is topography. Well, I mean, it's not flat.
Yeah, it's not flat.
Yeah, it's not flat, right? It doesn't mean anything else. It just means when I say it's not flat, it's because it's not flat. And he says, this is not disputed. So the fact that there is topography which prove it's not flat isn't disputed. So when I say it's not flat, they agree with me, right? Everybody agrees that it's not actually flat.
Yeah, can I say something though?
Go on.
A horizontal plane is flat.
If you were to make something horizontal,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. The tool.
Well, a water level isn't horizontal. It establishes a horizontal plane of reference with the water level, but the tool isn't flat.
No. I agree.
And he says, but level curves and plumb lines measurably diverge. Tilting.
It was undetectable.
These measurements, where he got the measurement?
Well,
I'd like to see
I've
that.
been trying to find them. I asked them, you always follow them up, don't you? But they've never managed to come back. I don't know what's going on with them. They just do a Jesse Kozlowski.
That's weird.
Oh, yeah. Make claim, do Jesse Kozlowski. As quick as they can. That normally ends the conversation, really, when you ask them to go on then. They can't. I say, that's a nice claim you've made. Do you have the proof to back up your claim, or are you just repeating a paralogism taught to you as dogma? What does everybody else think? Dogma, right? That's part of the globe dogma, the blue marble dogma, blue marble scientific dogma. Is this? He's just claimed it here. Darren's claimed it, and Clifton Berger, he's claimed it.
Even at the cost of logic.
Blue marble scientific dogma, handed down to people by a certain few. I think that's the end of it. It is. That's the end of that. So, blue marble scientific dogma. Now, where does that dogma come from? Well, here we go. Right, let me just... Right, now this is a video from a guy that may or may not live in Maine. You know, you can never be too sure. He claims to be, well, his YouTube title is The Maine Surveyor. But for one thing we can be absolutely certain of, he's not an actual surveyor. It's just a title he goes by on his YouTube channel. But as for handing out dogma, this guy and this particular video, as you'll see, we'll check it out for, you know, criteria. Are plumb lines parallel? Question mark. That's what he's going to go with here. He's only got 506 subscribers. But when you know who this guy is and the things that he's claimed to have done. Right, so he says here, I'll read the beginning bit first, right? I tested the concept of plumb lines and thus gravity vectors in brackets, right? So like Blue Marble says, plumb lines and gravity vectors, they're the same thing, right? So he's tested plumb lines and gravity vectors. Please keep those two completely together, right? There's no difference between a plumb bob and a plumb line in reality and what the Blue Marble scientists call gravity vectors. I just call it plumb and vertical. Just to keep it simple. There's no need to confuse people with more and more different terms for the same thing. So plumb or vertical is what I use. It's up to you how many other words you want to call it. And he says, I utilize the process of reciprocal zenith angle measurement and careful analysis of the data to determine that plumb lines are not parallel. This means that gravity vectors are not parallel. Logical deduction. The fieldwork was completed on May 9th, 2019. So he's done this 4 years ago. Jesse's channel. Joseph Pivers PDF and a book by R.B. Buckner, and Scholarly Advice on the Value of Reciprocal Zenith Angles in Geomatics by Almire L. Johnson. It's a academia paper there, so you can go to it if you want, right?
Can we address something here real quick, please?
Yeah. That's what we're doing.
Okay, can you scroll back down there just so I can see the bottom, the information again? Yeah, okay, no.
There you go.
Yeah, okay, so look, I tested the concept of plumb lines using the process of reciprocal zenith angle measurements. And then down at the bottom, it says scholarly article on the value of reciprocal zenith angles in geomatics. My question is, what is geomatics?
It's matics is it's like mathematics, but it's geo. It's got geo in front of it.
All right, so this is all conceptual.
I'd say geomatics would be some sort of number representation. It's like Earth mathematics. I think it's blue marble mathematics. Earth mathematics. Geo would be. I don't know. Basically.
Zenith angles are looking at lights in the sky.
Reciprocal zenith angles are, well, see, a zenith angle is just a vertical angle, right? From the zenith, an angle downwards, right? You can't measure it upwards. It's an angle
so mathematical
downwards.
Values for lights in the sky.
No. It's a zenith angle is an angle that starts at vertical above you at zenith, right? Yep. And then that's your starting line, and then you come down, right, to anywhere. It doesn't really matter. But a zenith angle is just an angle that starts at zenith and then goes to anywhere. It doesn't. That's all it is. It's a vertical angle that starts at the zenith. I mean, it could be to anything, right? It could be to your foot. Uh-oh. I think we're losing you.
Yes, roboting.
Yeah.
For me.
Of reciprocal zenith angles in geomatics by Elmer L. Johnson. Yeah. So I just think I'm going to have to look at that article in academia.edu and find the value in reciprocal zenith angles in geomatics and see what kind of value that has to determine whether plumb lines are parallel.
No. I think that would be his it's
well,
his
interpretation.
What he's trying
to do with this video.
No, he's just trying to say that one's just a reference to it.
Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, I mean, well, let's go over this video. I mean, it's probably one of his best
but that's
videos.
The only scholarly part is that's the only part that's educational, I would assume, because this video is just his interpretation.
Well, no, this video is him. This is the video. When we were saying earlier about, you know, who lays down this dogma, well, this is it. This is literally it. This is the one that everybody cites. This is the guy that laid down the dogma. It's only got 1,900 views on it, but I mean, this is what they do, right? This is the guy. This is the only video that you'll ever find that people have ever said tilting verticals. This is a video that a guy pretending to be a surveyor actually had the nerve to put on YouTube. So we're going to go over it today, right? Okay. Everybody buckled up, ready for this? This is going to be good.
Sure.
Ready.
Okay.
Shift your weight. Hello,
it's off
Jeff,
an hour.
The main surveyor, coming at you here. Today we're going to talk about plumb lines and whether or not they're parallel. And we're going to look at this question through the measurement of reciprocal zenith angles. All right, so a quick overview. Plumb lines are not parallel. This test was carried out to determine
That's a good start, isn't it? It's the abstract. Did you notice that at the beginning?
He has already outcome here.
In the first bit, in his abstract.
If this is demonstrable through typical survey activity. Reciprocal zenith angles were measured between 2 points.
Right. This test was carried out to determine if this is demonstrable through typical survey activity. So what he's doing here is he's seeing whether it is possible to show whether verticals are tilted, right? Through surveying. This is why I say I know he's not a surveyor. But, I mean, hey, as long as we're aware that this test was carried out to determine that if this is demonstrable through typical survey activity. Okay? If it is.
Points more than 1,250 feet apart. The sum of the angles will be greater than if this is demonstrable through typical survey activity. Reciprocal zenith angles were measured between 2 points more than 1,250 feet apart.
Okay, so more than 1,250 feet apart. Now, does anybody know when we went to the beach in Southport to do an optic test to show people whether, you know, what sort of accuracy you can see to over a certain distance? Well, see this distance here. This is that distance. So we've already been and shown people what you can actually see at this distance through an optical device. Everybody's clear of that now, right? These little pieces of the little things that we've done might start coming together to make a little bit more sense here now. Seeing as Try Thinking is going, we're going to put the show on the road. I'm going professional on this. This is what we've been doing. This distance here. A particular note of the distance.
Some of the angles will be greater than 180 degrees if the plumb lines are not parallel.
The sum of what angles? The sum of the reciprocal zenith angles.
Through repetitions and detailed analysis, it is clear that plumb lines aren't parallel.
I don't know if anybody knows the implications of this. The sum of the angles will be greater than 180 degrees, the sum of two right angles. Does anybody see the implications of what this actually means?
That we would have a triangle to some points, because if these lines are not parallel, it means that we can create triangle.
I see it as being, if you set your auto level up and look north, let's say, you're going to get more than 90 degrees. And then if you turn around and go south, you're also going to get more than 90 degrees. Which means it's not on a fucking straight line. Quite simply, that. Prove me wrong. Blue marble scientists, blue marble geomatics. Prove us wrong. How can you have more than 180 degrees? Because a straight line is 180 degrees.
Yes, it means that you didn't establish horizontal plane.
You didn't
of
have a
reference.
horizontal straight line, did you, to start off with? It's fucking
Yep.
ridiculous. But well done, Blue Marble scientists. That's how we're starting off. This is the abstract that this fool decided to present 4 years ago. Blue Marble says he's using a theodolite, Bev. Blue, it means it's not perpendicular. Vertical and horizontal cannot be perpendicular with a relationship of more than 180 degrees. You can't quite see what you're saying. The fact that a triangle has 180 degrees, the fact that perpendiculars have 90, goes to show that the sum of two right angles proves parallel. It proves a triangle. It proves reality, really. It proves perpendicular. You can't separate them. It's not possible. Perpendicular comes with parallel. Sorry. That's just the way it is. Straight line. Perpendicular. Parallel. Linked. You can't get rid of it. But hey, 43 seconds in to the video that's been going round for ages, and this has been cited by a lot of people. This video didn't come down. It's still there. It's on YouTube. Anyone can go and see this. Go and check it out for yourself. Blue, you have not shown verticals tilting. Don't be silly. But yeah, thanks for coming. Blue Marble Science in the chat, everyone. Says he's shown. I'll have to get that in the air. Let me get that. Thank you very much, Blue. I'll just put this in the chat there. Get it on screen. Thank you very much, Blue. You haven't shown us it, but hey, whatever you want to imagine, Blue Marble Science, that's good for you. No doubt you'll get Wally backing you up. Wally, did Blue show it? Or Darren? Darren, are you going to help show what Blue Marble showed? Is that going to be your proof that it's easily shown? If what angles add up to more than 180? Wow, this is good. If everybody's keeping an eye on the chat, rolling around pretty fast tonight. There was a group of guys that said that they weren't going to come round here. They had a pact going that they wouldn't come round here. Seems that they can't keep away. Okay, 43 seconds in. Well, let's find out how he does that. Like, right, this, you're going to see the actual method and everything, right? This is how we do it. Get ready.
Oh. Let's go through a little background. What on earth is a plumb line? Glad that you asked that question. Well, it's a direction of the vertical as defined by gravity. So it's
plumb line is the direction of vertical as, he says, determined by gravity. So gravity tells vertical what it is. It's not just vertical or a plumb bob. It's been told by this thing here.
It's basically up and down. A line straight up, straight down. What is level? Level is the direction of horizontal, perpendicular.
What? That probably going to need a mulligan. I mean, it was back in 2019, right? Do you want to just hear that again? Want to make sure? You all right with that, Blue? This team guy, right?
So it's basically up and down. A line straight up, straight down. what is level? Level is the direction of horizontal, perpendicular to the plumb line.
Uh-oh. Is that all right for everybody? Are we okay with that? Level is the direction of horizontal. Is horizontal a direction? Not too sure whether that is. Is that what a surveyor... Would a surveyor say that sort of thing? Which direction should I go? Horizontal.
It is orientation.
Yeah. It's a lot of different directions, isn't it?
Because, for example, if you are on horizontal, let's say plane, so you can go in every direction because you have whole circle.
Yeah.
So you can go everywhere from one point.
Yeah, it's
So you
all
have-
of the azimuthal directions, right?
Yeah,
North, south, east, west. Every one of those and everyone in between. Are you all right with it being the direction of level being the same is the direction of horizontal? I mean,
No.
perpendicular to a plumb line is horizontal, right? Level is perpendicular to the plumb line.
yes,
That's
so
good. Right. He's just added horizontal in there for some reason. A direction of horizontal. Like he doesn't really understand what horizontal is. But I mean, he might be an American surveyor, right? He might just be pretending to be an American surveyor. I don't know. Doesn't seem to be using correct surveying terminology, but we'll give him the benefit of the doubt, right? He might still be a real surveyor, even though he's made about 4 or 5 errors and we are 1 minute 8 seconds in. But he's got like a professional sort of outlay for this. He's put it on a white sheet and all that.
And what is a zenith angle? A zenith angle is an angular measurement in the vertical axis. Straight up is 0 degrees and horizontal is 90 degrees.
So the 0 mark is the straight up, the vertical. And then when you come down, right, from the vertical to 90 degrees, that's a right angle, that's horizontal. I think that's what they call level as well. So the horizontal being at 90 degrees perpendicular to the zenith or the plumb bob or the vertical is what we call horizontal or level. I think there's not much difference again, is there? He's doing what Kenny did. Yeah, okay. Here we go.
What does this look like? So we have an occupy station here. It's a quick little graphic that represents total station, transit, theodolite. It's used for all those kinds of measuring devices, level even. And we see the plumb line is that vertical line. We see a 90-degree dimension to the horizontal line, which is the zenith angle, and the zenith angle equals 90 degrees there. We see the ground, and we're going to come back to different variations of this graphic soon. But just take a look there. Pause if you need to.
That's pretty simple. We've got
So what are
that one, Jeff.
reciprocal zenith angles? These are the zenith angle measurements taken at both ends of a line, such as A to...
Yeah, so that's what reciprocal means. It just means it's done at either end. They reciprocate the measurement from one end and then do the other end. Preferably at the same time. You don't really want any sort of differences between the two. You want to be doing them both at the same time, preferably. But if there's only you want to be doing one place to the other as quickly as possible. But the reason you normally do this is because you can't actually survey differential leveling. The gap between is a bit too big for you to be able to, or maybe there's a creek in the middle of it. Maybe there's a fast flowing river and you can't position your level in the center point. So you have to do a large expanse. So this is why you do this.
To B and then B back to A. Surveyors measure reciprocal zenith angles in the process of traversing. Suppose you said you had 20 acres and you wanted me to survey your boundary. Well, I'm going to make my traverse consist of a loop around your property. I might have 15, 20 points to get around your property in a traverse loop. And say I start at point 1. I'm going to shoot a zenith angle to point 2.
He's not going to do that, right? Again, listen to this. I'll go back a couple of times, right? Now, you don't do reciprocal zenith angles for boundary measurements.
And you wanted me to survey your boundary. Well, I'm going to make my traverse consist of a loop around your property. I might have 15, 20 points to get around your property in a traverse loop.
Right. So please, if there are any surveyors that are listening to it, to this, and you want to come and correct me, but you're scared or you don't want to get involved with any of this, I'm fine. We'll just come and have a chat. It doesn't need to be recorded or anything. Please let me know if I'm wrong in saying that you don't actually use reciprocal zenith angles within any sort of surveying methods for boundaries or anything like that, unless you need to expand, go over a greater distance than you can for differential leveling. But what we're doing here is boundary. So we're going to be using it on the azimuthal plane for boundary markers. We're not going to be using elevation points and a vertical angle for doing boundary markers. So if anybody wants to come in and let us know, maybe I'm wrong, maybe, but he's talking about reciprocal zenith angles as a method for surveying, which ask a surveyor, see how many times you get anyone that's ever done that.
And say I start
a real
at point
surveyor,
1.
not a fake one,
I'm going
not
to
a
shoot
YouTube surveyor.
a zenith angle to point 2. Then I'm going to go over to point 2, and I'm going to shoot a zenith angle back to point 1. Those are reciprocal zenith angles. And then the plumb line at a given location is determined by the direction of gravity at that location. What does that mean? Well, let's look at some examples with graphics. So, if the Earth were flat, which would make things so much easier as a surveyor.
The Earth's not flat. And if the Earth were flat, for a surveyor, they'd only need to do azimuthal. They wouldn't need to do any elevation changes. So, yeah, he's right. But unfortunately,
the job would be easier
yeah.
because he would have no job.
No, you'd still need to be able to do the azimuthal, right? You still have to position your places, your positions on the like a trigonometric triangulation thing. That would still be done exactly the same as it gets done in reality, right? You just wouldn't ever need to elevation change.
Yes, of course.
But I mean, that's obviously not true. So he's right. But I don't know why. Again, surveyors don't normally talk about this because it's fucking ridiculous to imagine that it is. And again,
the sum of our plumb lines, when we add them together, would be 180 degrees. On the left, we have occupied.
The sum of the plumb lines would be 180 degrees. What does he mean? I don't know what he means, the sum of the plumb lines. I don't know if anybody else has ever added plumb lines together.
Yes, sum of plumb lines would be sum of a plumb lines.
Yeah.
So 2 plumb lines will be 2 plumb lines.
Yeah. 1 plumb line, add 1 plumb line equals 2 plumb lines. Brilliant maths. Not surveyor sort of material, but he's got to make a video. Let's give him credit and say that he may be nervous making videos about this sort of topic.
Occupy station A,
who knows?
with our transit symbol there, total station symbol. On the right, we have occupy station B. They're conveniently at the same height. The horizontal line is going through both of them, and that horizontal line is 90 degrees to the plumb line of each of those occupy stations.
All right angles are equal.
And I threw in other 90-degree dimensions just so we could see, oh yeah, it's 90 degrees everywhere. Those 2 plumb lines are absolutely parallel. There's no way they can't be. Then in the next graphic, we see it's still a flat Earth on this graphic, but we have the 2 points at different elevations. Doesn't make a difference. Those plumb lines in that graphic are parallel. We see that the sum of angle A on the left and when added to angle B on the right
some nice
is
pictures,
180 degrees.
Like this.
I'm not going to insult your intelligence by adding it out loud. If you don't believe me, you can pause and you can check my work by adding it yourself. Okay, here's a weird what if. What if the Earth were on the inside, the surface of the Earth were on the inside of a sphere, so the Earth would be concave? Well, that'd be really strange, but our plumb line still would not be parallel. That'd be impossible. We see that the horizontal lines at A and B crash into the ground pretty quickly.
Can you see that? The horizontal lines.
Yes.
Is this guy a surveyor?
There is only one horizontal line.
Yeah. What's he doing? These plumb lines are not parallel, he says. These plumb lines, look at them. Are they plumb lines? I'd say not. To the centre, though. I mean, plumb lines go to the centre. I mean, could you not imagine it upside down? I mean, is it hard to grasp it? That it's any different? Other than these horizontal lines being like, he's got a course.
Yes, chord instead of tangent line.
Yeah. It's not ridiculous, is it? I mean, if you are a blue marble scientist, then this isn't that far off. You may be looking at this thinking, I don't see what's up with that.
And we see that the angles from the zenith angles from the plumb lines to that line of sight in the middle are less than 180 degrees when added together.
Right. When he says ground here, now, does this look like a bit of a valley? Is he saying that in a valley, the plumb lines are going tilted?
Yes, like meniscus of the river or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, like the meniscus in a vial of water level. This curve in here, like this. And then that means that the plumb lines deviate.
And then here we have reality. We have occupy station A on the left, occupy station B on the right again.
Did he say reality?
And the surface of the Earth is represented by the word ground, a line under the word ground. We see that it is slightly curved. And we have 2 plumb lines that are clearly not parallel. The horizontal lines do intersect, but those 2 horizontal lines at A and B are not parallel with each other. Therefore, the plumb lines cannot be parallel.
Have we got any blue marble scientists available? And maybe anybody who's... can anybody see a flaw that he's got here?
First, he's saying that the ground is a circle, part of the circle.
It's just the top of a mound, right? Possibly.
Yes. So, but these angles, 94, for he was talking about distance.
He's got line of sight here.
Yes.
Here,
So
line of sight. This one, from A to B, there is a line of sight. Now, does anybody know what the world record for photography, distance photography is?
Several miles, like maybe even 100 miles.
94 degrees and 94 degrees.
No, I'm talking about distance.
Yeah.
In photography, but it's still it would be 1 degree per 69 miles. So
how many degrees have we got there?
4 degrees.
Are you sure it's just 4? The sum of the sum of the measurements, that would be 94 plus 94.
Yes, so 8.
8. Yeah. And what's 8 times 64? Anyone? 69. Sorry,
69. Like nearly 10. So it would be.
It's be a world record surveying.
Like 660.
It'd be about 400-ish.
Yes.
Yeah. 400 miles-ish with a theodolite line of sight with a measuring device. I mean, cameras can't even do that. But hey, it's just a drawing, right? It's not meant to confuse you. It's just to give you an example of something, so that you might be able to think that this dickhead can measure 94 degrees from each end of a reciprocal vertical angle measurement. But if you're looking for proof, I mean, doesn't this look like? I mean, you've seen all of the surveying stuff involved in all of this, right? He's going to get to the actual stuff, right? That, obviously, like we do when we go out there and we show you everybody how you film it and what we're doing, and you can see us actually doing it. Well, 5 minutes in, a lot of slide work.
And when we add up angle A and angle B, it's definitely greater than 180 degrees. Okay. Now,
so what we can say is that this slide here on screen at the minute has never actually been measured by this guy. He's just drawn this and added some numbers on it. These have never been measured, these angles. This has never actually been performed, because if it had been, it would be a world record. But not only for surveying, but for photography, for being able to see from one place to another. And he called this reality. That's what he called it.
For argument's sake, let's put one of those points at a higher elevation than the other. We occupy station A where we had it before, but now we've moved.
Add up the angles. Have a go.
These plumb lines still aren't parallel. Nothing has really changed. So we measure a zenith angle from the plumb line to the line of sight. And we add up those two, and we were well over 180 degrees.
Well over.
And we see that's a result of the surface of the Earth not being flat.
No, that is a result of somebody who doesn't know what they're fucking doing, writing some fantastical numbers down because he's ignorant of it. But I mean, it looks good, right? You get the idea of what he's trying to do. He's just trying to bullshit you. Laying down a dogma that you guys have to follow. When I say you guys, I mean the globe fanaticists.
Equipment list. So I used quite a bit of stuff
Here we go.
I didn't list my hammer. I didn't think that was really necessary. That's going a little overboard.
Don't know why you
Didn't
needed
list
a
the
hammer.
brand of my field book. That also was overboard. But these are the objects I had to have to get the job done. All right, the procedure. How the heck do you...
Right. This is the equipment that this guy had to have to get this job done. Now, I'm saying that we can do it a lot cheaper. Well, this job, I'm guessing, I don't know. But that Leica TS16 is about £33,000 UK as a piece of equipment. So I don't think, well, I mean, if anybody does want me to have a go at doing this and you want to fund the 30 odd thousand that we're going to need for this particular piece of equipment, who knows?
have to get the job done. All right, the procedure. How the heck do you do this? So you set control points flush with the ground. That's what I did anyway. I have it having paced distance greater than 1,000 feet. I just want...
Right. Notice this as well. Set control points. What he means there is just put a thing in the ground. There's no checking benchmarks. Is that what he did, Blue? Did he rent it? Or did he just take a picture? I don't know. Right, so these two marks, 402 and 404. I don't know why 402 and 404. Because he literally just puts things in the ground. Just call it 1 and 2. A and B would be just as easy. But he calls them 402 and 404. Why? I don't know. They're just what he gives them, numbers. He, having paced a distance greater than 1,000 feet. Okay, this is the procedure.
Want it to be greater than 1,000. I didn't really care if it was 1,001 feet or if it was 1,500 feet, whatever it had to be. You know, it could be. I walked until I didn't want to walk anymore.
Till he got tired.
And then I collected GPS observations using a real-time network at both of those points. Instead of
no sign of him calibrating any equipment or anything, just the procedure, straight into it, pacing it out, marking them 402 and 404. Now he's into collecting data.
A and B, I called them 402 and 404. And I set my total station on 402, set my target, which is like a round prism on top of a tribrac, on 404.
That's
I measured up the rod height at 404, measured up the HI at 402, shot the distance with the onboard EDM, and wrote down what that distance was, the slope distance.
Slope distance.
The gun also interpolated the slope distance into a horizontal distance and a vertical distance.
So the slope distance was translated into a horizontal distance and a vertical distance. I mean, that's handy, isn't it? So all of the distances that you get measured on any map or anything like that will either be a horizontal distance or a vertical distance. That's it. Even his equipment made the slope distance into a horizontal and a vertical. Very clever. For 30 grand.
And that's fine, but I didn't use the...
You just paste it.
The onboard generated vertical distance and horizontal distance. I went back with my slope distance and calculated from there. But we'll look at that later.
You didn't bother using the...
And so I measured zenith angle.
Didn't even bother using... So he just pasted it out. He got his tool out, didn't bother calibrating it. Then he used his tool to measure the slope distance. His tool then went, no, what you want is the horizontal and the vertical distances. And he's going, nah, I'll not bother using them.
In phase 1 and phase 2, 5 times from 402 to 404. And then I picked up, switched places. So I put my target on 402, put the total station on 404, measured up the HR and the HI. Thankfully, the height of the target and the height of the total station to the center of those is exactly the same from above the prism, above the tribrac, which is nice, makes things easier, but I measured them anyway just to be sure. And I shot the slope distance from 404 to 402, and then shot 5 sets of zenith angles back to 402 from 404. Okay, this is what the control point looks like. That's the plastic cap that goes on top of the 1/2-inch rebar.
Look at that. I mean, if that doesn't prove that that's a control point, I don't know. I mean, it's getting undeniable, really.
Yeah, rebar all sorts of sizes. I just use 1/2-inch.
What else have we got?
Like it. And we say control point, so no one mistakes this for a property corner. We don't want...
Right, so what he did was he put these control points in. He called one of them 402 and the other one he called 404. Right? So that's what we've got. We've got 2 control points, which are little plastic things on a nail. I use tent pegs myself. Big, heavy-duty tent pegs. But he has a control point. And he just pushes it in the ground, right? He doesn't reference it to any known benchmarks or anything. He just literally puts the thing in the ground. Bish, bash, bosh, off you go. Call one 402, call the other one 404. I'd call one A and B if I were to do it, but I mean, that's, you know.
Want that to happen. That would be bad.
Why do you want advanced simplicity in this?
And then this shows my measure up at 404 when I started the day.
Oh.
So that's the round prism.
Yep. Everybody good with that, right? Another picture. So we're so far 2 pictures, and the rest have been slides.
With the target plate. Target plate has those big fluorescent triangles on it.
Measured the height there,
my
right?
height there to the notch in the green triangle.
You'll notice a common theme of these YouTube surveyors using these rulers to measure the height of things from the ground. Completely irrelevant as far as I'm concerned, but at least he's showing you how big that is, a scale sort of thing for you to have a look at that.
Is 509. And this is what my height looked like. My HI at 402.
Third picture.
On the day.
Picture number 3.
And that is 494.
Again, height.
That little dot there is what I'm measuring to on the total
Measuring
station.
to
That's
that
the center
dot
of the total
there.
station. And you have the 6-foot ruler going down to the top.
Picture
of the
number
rebar.
4. 4 pictures.
Here's my field notes.
Right, so I think that's enough pictures. You guys have got the thing that he's definitely a real surveyor, because if those pictures can't have been taken by just anyone from anywhere or anything like that, could they? Right, so he's got what we call it, a a total station, a TS16, a £30,000 piece of equipment, right? You've just seen it there. He put the ruler at the side of it. I mean, it's definitely got it. So here we go.
I did this all in southern Maine. I'm not telling you what town because I don't have to. I just don't have to. So there you have it. So on the left page, it shows a triangle with a dot. That's the survey symbol for control point or occupy station. I was on 402. My rod height is next to that at 4.94. This is all in feet.
These are the height
My
of
back
the
sight
things.
was 404 with a rod height of 509. You see my horizontal distance, vertical distance, and slope distance that I shot over there.
It's got back sight. It's called one of his things a back sight. Control point and a back sight.
There, but the horizontal distance and the vertical distance.
You'll notice that both of these distances here are just the height of the, I don't know, the height of the total station.
Are calculated by the total station. Sometimes I say gun by accident. It's just a way that surveyors talk.
So the horizontal distance and the vertical distance are the ones calculated by the fancy piece of equipment. You don't get to see that, right? You're not allowed to see that. Not even a screenshot of it. He's wrote it down in his book, though, so you can trust him. He's a well-trustworthy guy, this, obviously. I mean, he's got surveyor in his YouTube name. I mean,
It's flying.
Trustworthy people.
So the slope distance is what matters.
Real
That's
ones.
what's actually shot on site. So I'm going to use that to calculate later. So we have sets 1 through 5 on the left sheet. And then I went over to 404, backside at 402. You see that the rod height and the HI flip there. So at 404, I'm 509. 402, I'm 494. You see the distances that I shot. And you see.
Right. Anyone aware of how you do surveying? Right, you have a tool. And what you do is you place it in one position, you set it up, and then you sight normally to a back sight of where your benchmark is. And that gives you a standard height of your tool, your operating tool, at least within auto leveling, right? To keep that known elevation. But then you pick it up. And what it is, you're referencing the levels along the vertical. And then when you set your tool back up again, you then get chance to reference the vertical once again. But what he's done here is, if any surveyors are out there, maybe this was just coincidence. But he's got the height of his one at 402 is 494. That's the height of the thing. You saw him measuring it. And the other one was the height of his target. Well, when he moved his equipment to the other side, he went from 402 to 404, or from A to B, one or the other, right? And look at the heights. He managed to make them exactly the same. He set his tool up after he pressed the legs into the ground to make it firm, to do all of that stuff. They're exactly the same heights, even though they swapped positions. Hey, if that isn't Logos, I don't know what is. But he's wrote it down in his book as well. Definitely did it. I mean, how could he do anything wrong like that? So yeah, he swaps his thing from one end to the other, like he said, with the targets. He managed to get them at exactly the same height.
Sets 1 through 5.
To the
So
16th of an inch.
what's interesting about this is your zenith angles, you have to do it in phase 1 and phase 2. So
Wally says it's a typo. Wally says it's a typo. He must have got the numbers exactly the same. It's a typo. I bet that'll be in the notes, right, Wally? Ask Jeff. Doofus around. Ask him.
we look at set 1, set 1 on the left. I shot 90 degrees, 10 minutes, 41 seconds. Then I flop the scope, turn the total station around so it's on phase 2, and we observed. I measured 269, 49, 15, and I did it 4 more times from there. And the reason that you do measurements in phase 1 and phase 2, and the reason to do more sets of phase 1 and phase 2, is to get rid of error. Some people think, well, this adds error. Well, it doesn't add error. You have error. You cannot measure anything without error. What we try to do is eliminate error as much as possible. And then these have to be balanced or corrected. It means the same thing.
Right. So what he's saying is, when he measures these angles, and he keeps measuring them, he keeps getting them fucking wrong. Or they differ, right? They're not saying they're wrong, but like when we went out to Southport Beach to show people that you cannot measure the vertical height of 3 millimeters or 2.5 millimeters over 500 meters. He's showing here that you cannot actually get an accuracy of 1 second, because he keeps doing all of these and he keeps getting them all different. So although he may be recording to the second, he doesn't actually mean he's got an accuracy to the second, because it obviously can't be done. If you could measure with an accuracy of to the millimeter, when I'm talking about when we do the surveying, we can actually get to the millimeter. When we say in surveying, when these guys say to the second, what they mean is, well, let's have a look. 90, 10, 41. 90, 10, 41. 90, 10, 41. Oh. 90, 10, 39. 90, 10, 41. Oh. To the second. Well, let's have a look at the other one. 269, 49, 15. 269, 48, 57. Big, massive big gap there. 269, 48, 59. That's close to that one, but not really close to that one. 269, 49, 15. Close to that one, but not really close to these two. And 269, 48, 55. It seems to have a bit of a deviation there on one of them, not on the other one. On this side here. 89, 49, 17. 89, 49, 19. 89, 49, 17. 89, 49, 18. 89, 49, 15. So very close on this side as well. Like to the second. That's handy. Seeing as we show that you can't do it. So this piece of equipment, what we must know about this particular piece of equipment is, well, can we say the equipment? Has anybody ever seen any of the measurements he's made? Could anybody say that what we're talking about here actually happened? Or is this beginning to look like fantasy? People watching a video. What are we doing? What are we watching? We're watching a guy talking about a £30,000 piece of equipment. Yet we're looking at some numbers that guys wrote down in a book. Any proof of anything to be done? Any measurements? Any shots of what he was doing? Or just the height of a piece of equipment? Make of it what you will. You want to carry on? Here we go.
So the phase 1, phase 2 measurements must add up to 360 degrees. If we look on the left side of the sheet, set 1, where it says 90, 10, 41, and underneath it says 269, 49, 15. Those have to add up to 360, but they don't. They add up to 359, 59, 56. That's short by 4 seconds. So the procedure is to take those 4 seconds, divide it in half, and add the half to each one of those measurements. We're only going to only add that half to the 90, 10, 41, because that's going to be our final zenith angle measurement from set 1. And then down below, you see corrections for 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We ended up with the same degrees and same minutes in all of them, but the seconds varied from 43, 52, 51, 42, and 53. So there's like 2 sets of really precise.
See, there's an orange bit over here. I mean, that could be something. I don't know whether you guys can see that. Let me just move the screen over a bit, just in case. See that orange bit down there? See the orange bit down here? I mean,
Yes,
that could be
see.
a piece of surveying equipment. I mean, this is a bit of grass out here, so he's definitely got his book outside. That's what we can say.
Nice zenith angle measurements there. 42 and 43 are really close together, and 51, 52, and 53 are really close together. But they're separated by as much as 10 seconds. So that's interesting.
It's interesting.
And so we have an average that we calculate from that, and we come up with 90, 10, 48. And we did the same thing from...
Is anybody asking themselves, why is he not doing this on the actual equipment that he's talking about, the 30-odd thousand pound piece of equipment? Why is he writing it down in a book, in pencil? Maybe not. Maybe just me.
404 on the right side of the page, you see there I did my corrections in my field book, and my average from all of those was 89, 49, 30. Now to remember with zenith angles, when a zenith angle is greater than 90 degrees, you are looking down, below horizontal. When a
Below horizontal.
zenith angle is less than 90 degrees, you are looking up, above the horizontal. Which is why we have 89, 49, 30.
So what he's doing there is, obviously, he's referencing vertical to horizontal and saying either above or below horizontal.
Now let's do some calculating with this. So we need...
Do you want to hear that again?
above the horizontal, which is why we have 89, 49, 30. Now let's do some calculating with this. So we need the mean, also known as the average, from both of those sets.
See, he's gone to, you can tell he's definitely professional now, right? He's gone from his little pad book with his pencil marks in it to a slide again. Look at that. That's professional, that.
And we get that by, of course, adding up all of our...
Just for YouTube,
all of our corrected phase one measurements. Then dividing
if
by
he was
5,
doing it for a job, he'd have left it in on his book and did his booking.
So for 402, the mean is 90, 10, 48. For 404, the mean is 89, 49, 30. Then we need to understand standard deviation. So the standard deviation for set one,
understand it.
Or, sorry, not set one, but at 0.402, standard deviation.
Has anybody ever heard standard deviation mentioned by anyone?
I don't know what it is.
I've heard it mentioned loads. There's a few people that keep talking about it a lot. Obviously, it's been a hot topic since 2019. Script was wrote in 2019. Actually, the script was wrote in a book in pencil in 2019.
Among those 5 sets is, or repetitions as it says on the page, is 5 seconds, plus or minus 5 seconds. And we understand that's true because we were as low as 43 seconds
We
and as
understand
high
that's
as 53
true.
seconds.
Of course we do.
5 to itself, that's 10. It's a range of 10 seconds. And then the mean for 0.404 was much, much tighter. We are plus or minus 2 seconds.
2 seconds.
Yeah, we had one that was 26 seconds instead of 30 or 31. The 26 is an outlier, and it doesn't end up having that much of an impact on the final average.
Look at that. It's an outlier.
And the final standard deviation. So we only vary by plus or minus 2 seconds on 404, looking back to 402.
Absolutely, definitely measured these things.
So when we add up our 2 means, we end up with 180 degrees, 0 minutes, and 18 seconds. We are over 180 degrees by 18 seconds. Now we have the standard deviations of 5 seconds and 2 seconds, but those don't tell us about the standard deviation of the mean. The standard deviation of the mean is a much more precise way to describe what
the standard deviation of the mean
actually is telling you. So the standard deviation of the mean is telling you how close the mean is to the true value. And you get
the true value of what?
That by dividing the standard deviation for those sets by the number of measurements you made in those sets. So for example, from 402 to 404, from 404 to 402, we had plus or minus 2 seconds was our standard deviation. We divide that by the square root of the number of measurements, which was 5.
Root.
2 seconds divided by the square root of 5 is 1 second. So our average from 404 to 402, we are sure, is within 1 second of whatever the true value actually is. And the same with 402 to 404, where we had plus or minus 5 seconds as our standard deviation. That's not that bad when you go and look over at the standard deviation of the mean, plus or minus 2 seconds from 402 to 404. These were really tight angles.
Tight angles.
Now the reason why I believe from 402 to 404,
tight angles are that's a surveying term. You'll have to ask. Well, it's a YouTube surveying term. You'll have to ask a YouTube surveyor. Maybe a bit difficult because they've all done a Jesse Kozlowski. But if you can manage to find a YouTube surveyor anywhere on your travels, be sure to ask them what a tight angle is.
Where our standard deviation is a little higher at 5 seconds is that I was standing on some wet ground. And raining a lot here lately, and the ground is completely dried out, and I did everything I could to jam those feet into the ground of the tripod. But hey, sometimes when you shift your weight, you make the total station wiggle a little bit. You stay level, but those really sensitive tangent screws show that you're losing some seconds here or there, or gaining.
Is anybody here? Am I actually in the Discord? Is there somebody here, or have I been kicked out?
I am.
So,
yeah, I'm here.
Are you listening to this? I mean, that standard deviation of the mean. Blue Marble Science, he'll be doing a video on it. Don't worry about that. It may sound complicated, but it's obviously a well-known YouTube surveying technique. And Blue Marble talks to these people still, even though they're not around anymore. But so he'll be able to work that one out, right? But did you guys hear the why he has one that's an outlier? Listen to this again.
But hey, sometimes when you shift your weight,
This is sometimes when you shift your weight. This is while you're doing your surveying, measuring for angles, for plumb lines. You know, he's doing a test. So
make the total station wiggle a little bit.
You make the total station wiggle a little bit. I don't know. I've never actually used the total station, but I can't imagine shifting your weight, making it wiggle. Sounds like he's bumped into it myself, but
stay level. But those really sensitive tangent screws.
Have you ever heard of that? The really sensitive tangent screws. Anyone?
So he is out of calibration or what?
What do you reckon a tangent screw is?
Really?
It must be a part on a total station, right? The really sensitive tangent screws. Have you got how many tangent screws have you got on yours, Wally? That the really sensitive ones. Listen to that again. For prosperity. Here we go.
Make the total station wiggle a little bit. You stay level, but those really sensitive tangent screws show that you're losing some seconds here or there or gaining seconds.
The really sensitive tangent screws, you stay level, but it shows that you're losing a few seconds or gaining.
So you are not on the level.
Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, we're 18 minutes in and you've seen about 4 pictures and you've definitely seen his book with some numbers wrote down, and then there's some slides here as well. And he's talking about this stuff. It's definitely happened, right? He wouldn't...
With a shifting of your weight.
Nobody would lie like this, would they? About
so we said we were
measuring the tilt of plumb lines.
180 degrees. So what does that look like?
What does it look like?
Well, it doesn't look like much. So this is not to scale.
Elevation profile.
Especially because of the distance. But this shows you what that looks like practically speaking. So 402 turns out to be a little higher than station 404. Remember how we said it was greater than 90 degrees that we were looking at? We see signified by angle A on the upper left there, 90, 10, 48. And then on angle B, we were looking up at 89, 49, 30.
That looked like the same horizontal.
And so those two added together become 180, 0 minutes and 18 seconds. We can tell there that the plumb lines are not parallel.
See, this is the problem I was thinking, Blue. It's okay when you do it like this, but what if you were to put another one here and another one here? Can you see a problem? But I mean, hey, double rodding. Blue George definitely told you about RBD face. And surely this guy would know about the consequences of this not being a straight line. Because you put another one over here, what happens? But I'll leave that up for everybody else to work it out. Like we have, I can't really really spoon feed the globe. If anybody wants to come in from anybody inquisitive about this sort of stuff and wants to go over and talk over the consequences of all of this sort of stuff, don't really think you can actually talk about this with anybody else. So, but you can come in here and we'll talk about this geometric consequences of these sort of things. We do go over them quite a lot. It's not really for the ears of the blue marble scientists.
So let's do some calculations. We have a slope distance from 402 to 404, and likewise from 404 to 402. And we got the mean slope distance there at 1252, 1460. And the standard deviation.
The mean slope.
Of those two measurements, plus or minus 2 thousandths. And then the standard deviation of the mean there is plus or minus 1 thousandth. So we are within 1 thousandth of whatever the real distance is between those two.
Whatever it is.
And then we were able to calculate the horizontal distance.
Oh.
And that's important.
It is.
Because slope distance, people don't really think in slope distance. People think in terms of horizontal distance. What's the straight line distance here to there?
The straight line distance. The horizontal is definitely a straight line.
And you simply use Pythagoras.
Yeah, it's just simply use Pythagoras.
Square root of the slope distance minus the...
You know, somebody who, I don't know, one of the mathematicians said that you could replace the triangle axiom for Pythagoras and it wouldn't really make any difference. That's how fundamental Pythagoras is in this sort of idea of the geometry, especially dealing with 180 degrees. Like a lot of these guys seem to fucking forget about. Sorry, this is a comedy, really, but I mean, we'll carry on. I'll try and do it.
Not square root. Yeah, the square root of the slope distance squared minus the vertical distance squared. That equals the horizontal distance. And that's how we got those two values for horizontal distance.
And it's definitely necessary for having a horizontal distance, right? For these sort of calculations that he's doing, you need to have a horizontal distance, and obviously, like he said, level is a horizontal line, so we're using that for working out the slope distance.
The mean horizontal distance, therefore, is 1252.14. Standard deviation being about 3 thousandths. And the standard deviation of the mean is only 2 thousandths. So the 1252.14 is within 2 thousandths of whatever the actual distance is between 402 and 404. What about elevation differences? We use the zenith angle. Zenith angles are pretty useful. From 402, we're looking down to 404. So elevation difference just by zenith angle alone is negative 4.08 feet.
Wow.
From 404 to 402, we're looking uphill or up, and the difference there is plus 3.97 feet. And so there's two formulas there for how those are calculated with just the zenith angle, and you're welcome to take your time and look at that. I'm going to move on. So curvature causes a target to be measured at a lower elevation than it really is relative to the datum, whatever it be. Mean sea level, North American vertical datum of 1988, which I use, let's call it NAVD88. Or it could be a local datum. You just
see that? The target to be measured at a lower elevation than it truly is. Relative to the datum, which is his datum. Like what? He just put some things in underneath, didn't he? I mean, this is obviously YouTube surveying this. So.
Make it up. Like, well, I'm going to assume that I'm at 100 feet. Doesn't really matter sometimes. Sometimes you have to know specifically where you are. Other times it can just, as long as it's a relative difference, that's all you're looking for. Assume that I'm about 100 feet.
Right, so we'll go back over this again. He says, curvature causes the target to be measured at a lower elevation than it truly is relative to the datum, e.g., mean sea level, North American vertical datum of 1988, local datum. He's talking about a local datum because he put two things in the floor called 1404 and the other 1402. Don't ask me why he called it 404 and 402. He's only got 2 marks. Right? But he's just chose to do that for some unknown reason. He's not referenced it to mean sea level at all. He's not referenced it to the North American vertical datum of 1988, which is the same fucking thing, except it's in the lakes. But it's adjusted to the sea level. That's why it's the NAVD of 1988.
Doesn't really matter sometimes. Sometimes you have to know specifically where you are. Other times it can just, as long as it's a relative difference, that's all you're looking for. To account for curvature, we apply a very famous formula.
Listen.
8 inches times the mile squared.
They apply it. This guy, right? For everybody that's been saying that's not the number. Well, I mean, look at this. This is the guy. It's definitely. I mean, he took 4 pictures of the thing and he's wrote a load of stuff in a book and he's done some slides. Right? He's telling everybody now this is what the stuff he's using. Can't deny this.
We apply a very famous formula, 8 inches times the mile squared. The miles being the distance between the two objects. This translates into feet as 0.667 feet times the mile squared. And that's added to our elevations to bring them back up. Now, I don't measure things in feet. I don't measure things in miles. I measure things in US survey feet. So I have to convert the formula. So it becomes 0.024 times the distance in feet squared, where feet are expressed in thousands. So 1,500 feet would be 1.5 in that formula. That's pretty easy. What about refraction? When I was out here the other day, it was more than 60% humidity, and refraction seems kind of important. I did get some shimmering effects when I was looking at the target. It's dancing around pretty good. So I think refraction was present. So I think it's best to also calculate refraction. Refraction causes the target to look higher than it truly is, but only by about 1/7 of the effect of curvature. That's from R.B. Buckner. You can see a citation at the end of this presentation. So we take the curvature correction, which was 0.24 feet, multiply it by 1/7, and we end up with 0.0206. So we multiply
it by 1/7. Of course. Of course, that's what we do.
It has to match both, let's say, models.
Did you see the for the mathematicians that are out there? Did you see the famous, as he said, one that nobody will ever know. Don't bother mentioning these famous things to surveyors. They'll just give you a funny look. 8 inches times the distance in miles squared. Okay?
Yes, I know that formula.
Gives you 8 inches over a mile, right? It's pretty easy to work out, but it doesn't work like this. This guy, he's a YouTube surveyor. So what he does is he turns the 8 inches to a foot measurement. And it's 0.024 feet. Does that sound like 8 inches? As a direct relationship, or you know, just try and follow with us, right? So 8 inches, he doesn't like 8 inches and miles. So he changes it to 0.024 feet. Right, so that's obviously some sort of relation to the 8 inch. And then he times that by, because he's moved the other one to feet. He times that by feet squared when feet are expressed in thousands.
Yes, so mile is converted into 1,000 feet.
1,000 feet squared.
Yes, but squaring 1,000 is not squaring 1. So, sorry.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, if you square 1,000 feet, you end up with 1,000, a million square feet, right? And you're timesing that by 0.024. Right? And surely you would end up with about 8 inches expressed in feet, wouldn't you?
I think so.
Would that be 0.024? Because 8 inches times the miles squared is 1 squared, which leaves you 8 inches. Right? It's too complicated, that, though. Right, so what we have to do is we have to then change it all to feet expressed in thousands. And if you try and make it oh no, sorry, feet expressed in thousands. So you'd have to 1,000 feet. Well, so that'd be 1 times 1, right?
Yes.
So that would be 1 again, like it would be with this one. Miles, right? Would it? How many?
Yeah.
Oh, it's 5,600, isn't it? Isn't it 5,200? How many feet is there in a mile? 5,200, is it? Something like that. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Neither do I.
But I mean, yeah, it's so like when people say you've got a different number, right? This is the one that YouTube surveyors go with. That it replaces this 8 because he doesn't, 8 inches and miles. I mean, he doesn't like the fact that they're 2 different things, so he likes to have them as feet squared.
For me, this cannot work because even in this curvature calculator, which is, I think, in Wikipedia, the outcome is in inches, always. So this, let's say, drop is always in inches. So I don't know why he's doing that thing. Then you can add these inches into feet, but still it is always originally calculated in inches.
Yeah.
So,
nice one, Blue. Thank you very much. You should do a video on this, Blue. Definitely. Because he's definitely measured all of these, and these are all absolutely something that we can check, right? I mean, if this guy's done it, it's surveying, then obviously loads of other people do it all the time.
Squared, where feet are expressed in thousands. So 1,500 feet would be 1.5 in that formula.
Yeah.
That's pretty easy. What about refraction? When I was out here the other day, it was more than 60% humidity, and refraction seems kind of important. I did get some shimmering effects when I was looking at the target. It's dancing around pretty good. So I think refraction was present.
If you see the image dancing around pretty good, chances are you're looking too far. But I mean, hey, this is YouTube surveying. You like to have your image dancing around a little bit.
So I think it's best to also calculate refraction.
Yeah, calculate some
causes the
refraction.
target to look
That's what you're
higher than
best.
it really is, but only by about 1/7 of the effect of curvature.
Only 1/7.
That's from R.B. Buckner. You can see a citation at the end of this presentation. So we take the curvature correction, which was 0.24 feet, multiply it by 1/7, and we end up with 0.0206. So we multiply that times the feet squared, where feet are expressed in thousands, remember, to our elevations. We add that, and that will account for curvature and refraction. And we can add curvature and refraction formula to our earlier formulas for finding elevation differences between the points. And I got it jammed in there in those italicized.
Elevation differences. The tool that he said he used gave him a horizontal and a vertical distance, right? Calculated from the slope. What he's doing now is he's doing calculations to change that. Because he wrote it down in his little book. Yeah. He wrote it down in his book. So, I mean, it must be true. I mean, how could it not be? He's done all of those calculations. He's changed all of the numbers around. The horizontal distances, the vertical distances. And he's now adding this calculation in.
Sized formulas.
I mean, obviously.
And you're welcome to look at that at your leisure.
Have a look at it. Check
Okay,
it out.
let's continue these calculations.
Let's continue.
Elevation differences corrected for the curvature and refraction. 402 to 404 minus 4.05 feet, and 404 to 402 plus 4.00 feet. Mean difference being 4.0291. Standard deviation being plus or minus 0.03. Standard deviation of the mean is only 0.02. That's not too bad.
Yeah, it's all right.
So the mean difference is within 0.02 of the actual value. So I post-processed my GPS and got elevations for 402 and 404.
Post-processed.
And I ended up with 4.0225 feet as the elevation difference between points 402 and 404. Hey, that's not too shabby, is it? So that's a difference between GPS corrections and corrections for curvature and refraction of about 7 thousandths. I think that's pretty good. That's not too bad at all. That's
good.
Nice agreement between the GPS and the total station. And then calculations continued.
More
hey, I'm kind of
calculations.
curious. We got 18 seconds of curvature in 1,252 feet. How many miles will we expect to see 1 degree of curvature?
Anyone tell me what 18 seconds of curvature looks like? Always thought it was an angle, but hey, he measured 18 seconds of curvature. If he said he did, he must have done. He wrote it down in his book after he'd done the calculations.
So he measured with a curved line, an angle.
He calculated most of it, but I mean, he can call it measured, I guess.
Curvature. The accepted value is roughly 69 miles per degree of curvature. What does that come out to with what I came up with? That comes out to be 1 degree of curvature for every 47 miles. Well, that makes Earth a little bit small, doesn't it?
Oh, what? He got 1 degree for 47. Nah.
So 18 seconds represents the central angle formed between 402, the center of the Earth, and 0.404. What would the radius of the Earth be in this case? Well, radius is equal to the length of the chord, or the horizontal distance that we have between 402 and 404, divided by twice the sine of half the central angle, which the central angle is 18 degrees, half of it would be 9. And that calculates out to about 2,718 miles. That's only 68% correct. Not so great. So let's discuss this.
Let's go.
So
Let's
by
have a
careful
discussion.
analysis of the measurements, we found in these measurements that plumb lines are in fact not parallel.
Did we? Well, I mean, he said it at the beginning. And I'm not too sure what is actually shown. Because anyone see any surveying occurring in any of this? Anyone?
Not very much.
How sure would you be that you could say that plumb lines aren't parallel?
Not from this what he presented.
Do you reckon? There's a lot of people do. Blue Marble trusts this guy empirically. This guy has helped him out tremendously. This guy is the protege of Jesse Kozlowski, who's done a Jesse Kozlowski and can't tell us about it. Strangely enough, this guy's done a Jesse Kozlowski as well. He's got lots more of these measurements in his book. I bet he has.
The departure from parallel is measurable. Remember, we only had deviations from the mean of plus or minus 2 seconds and plus or minus 1 second from our two sets of phase 1, phase 2 zenith angles. That's really good. Really, really tight.
Really tight
if
angles.
we add those together just to say, hey, plus or minus 3 seconds.
As long as you're not wobbling your
seconds.
tangent screws.
The 18 seconds is still far greater than plus or minus 3 seconds. So we know that absolutely, for sure, these two plumb lines are not parallel.
We've got a guy in the chat as well. Somebody measured verticals diverge. Where?
Somewhere.
Yeah. But Blue's telling me which words I mean as well. Yeah, I know what I'm talking about, Blue. Thank you very much. Make a video. You need a bit of content. Go and tell everybody not to come over here. Tell everyone, don't come over there. I don't want to be talking to Beth. Leave him alone.
So the two stations need not be the same height above the ground. The two stations need not be at the same elevation. Doesn't matter. A length of 1,252.14 feet between points is not sufficient to accurately measure Earth's radius.
So this line isn't. It's not accurate enough, right? It's not sufficient to measure Earth's radius. But he can tell that plumb lines are not parallel somehow. But don't worry, he definitely wrote it down in his book. Anyone can come and watch this video and confirm all of the facts that he's talking about here.
Other methods for doing that, which I have on this channel, namely the Al-Biruni method, which is pretty reliable as far as, just doing this as a hobby.
Oh, and just doing it as a hobby?
There it is. So plumb lines are not parallel, and I have data to show it, to back it up. And we've rigorously looked at
wrote shit
our
down
angle
in his book.
measurements.
His pencil.
We tore them apart and we looked inside, and we found that there's truth inside. So, sorry, that was a little joke, kind of lame. But anyway,
It's a little joke
we
about
looked
truth.
at our measurements, we rigorously analyzed them, and we saw that the plumb lines are not, in fact, parallel through careful, meticulous measurement and analysis.
Did anybody see a plumb line in any of this?
No, because it is not needed. It is assumed. So why bother with plumb lines, divergent plumb lines? He stated that in the beginning. So this is just, even if it were true, it is just a straw man. So
yeah. If you though, right, if you had to say, let's say give this guy marks out of 10, with 10 being absolutely this guy's a surveyor, and obviously 0 being not a chance, where would you put this guy on that scale?
I would say that he knows some things about surveying, but he's just mixing this knowledge. I don't know if it is practical knowledge or just he maybe read some books about that, and now he's using terminology, but I don't know. I would say that he's a con man, because he is saying that he has done something that is impossible.
Because, you know, like within the surveying profession, right? And I don't know what it's like over in America, but in the UK, surveyors, you become chartered surveyors. It's a position of trust, right? Akin to being a lawyer, right? You have property boundaries, land rights, and you have a strict code of conduct that goes with your profession, right? And within that, the code of conduct, there is you cannot lie to the public about your profession, right?
Yes, and he is making some stupid statements like measuring angles in distance, in ridiculous distance. So I would say that he's not a surveyor. He pretends to be surveyor. Maybe obviously he wants to be recognized as surveyor, but I think that he is not.
Yeah, within this community, there are people who play characters, pilots, engineers, rocket scientists, NASA shills. There's all sorts of people, professors. You know, they're not really, I'm doing frantic bunny ears as I'm saying all of these things, right? Because they're not really things. Like there's a guy who goes around with the tag professor, and he's just a high school teacher. I mean, I don't know whether you could have a professorship of a high school. It's not what I would call it, but I mean, technical, flamboyant use of words can get you in the YouTube community to a elevated height, right? You get in a position of authority. I would say there are certain people within this arena that are less than honest with their character portrayals, right? There's people who claim to be scientists, or people who stand to be the science, right? The body of science. of the entire blue marble. Right, and it's just a character. It's a mythical science, admittedly. He knows that it's not a real science, but there are people out there that may begin to believe that there is such a thing as a blue marble scientist. They may be able to believe that there is a science of the blue marble. There isn't. It's not a real thing. That's right, Blue, isn't it? It's a mythical science. It's good to have you here, Blue. Thank you for joining. I've got a thumbs up there, I bet. Should I have a look who it is? Any guesses? Yeah, there it is. See that? Stark Odder. Blue, give him some money. Look at that. He's give you a thumbs up. He's contracted to do that. We've got a special guest in here. He's been here with us for, I don't know, he documented his lurking days. 600 days he's been here. Lurking, watching what we do. Everything we post. Not only here, on Twitter and anywhere else that you post anything. These people will follow you and say things. They're model afflicted. Yeah, it's the name of a YouTube channel. Yeah, we know, Blue. It's a mythical science. Blue Marble Science, the YouTube character, has named his YouTube channel after a mythical science that doesn't exist. It's like unicorn science. There's no such thing. It doesn't exist. Well, Blue Marble's that guy that names himself after that mythical science. He's a loyal supporter. Has been for years. Try thinking. Yeah, it's a good channel name, isn't it? I think the engineer thing could just be a character. I mean, you could be a retired engineer, couldn't you? Character like the YouTube surveyors that have done a Jesse Kozlowski. We've got a lot of action tonight, and I'm taking it that Blue Marble didn't manage to hold the team off. That's a shame. We'll go over some more of this sort of stuff this week. Like I say, there's some big changes coming. I did this morning. I phoned up the auto level place because I was hoping that I could put a call it a horizontal stadia hair in them, but they've said they can't replace the the stadia hairs, the reticule on the eyepiece of the auto level. Yeah, because they only come as standard. So if I want to get a horizontal crosshair, I might have to do some other things. Wow, you were going to do that? Blue Marble Science. I think you should go for it, Blue. It'd be a better channel name, I think, really. At least it'd show your true intentions, your true feelings. You should be at peace with your globe by now, surely. At your age, you're pretending to be an engineer. Why don't you just pretend that you've engineered some proof of the globe? Just sit on that and go like, I'm happy. I spherically engineered a proof that I'm happy with. So what's everybody think of that tonight? Going over it. I mean, I know it just sounds like me talking about this sort of stuff. Everybody else is too, I guess, I don't know, shocked or stunned at the proof that they had. That was it. That's the proof that they came up with. They said he'd actually measured that verticals aren't... The tilt of a vertical was measured by that man in that video. They've got that, and we went over the bridge one. Jesse Kozlowski driving over the bridge. That is it. And that's what they're sort of having a go at me for, saying that level is horizontal. And the fact that we have an actual proof, like a real proof. And, you know, when we went there, right, we've even got more fucking pictures than he got. Anybody can write down shit in a book. It means nothing. So anytime any one of these people want to come and talk about this, anytime any surveyors want to come and talk about any of this stuff that this guy's talked about, we're not trying to prove anything other than level is horizontal. Just put it on your globe. Accept the contradictions. Go on with your day. It's no problem. It's a little bit strange, that blue. Is anybody there you go. What do you reckon to that? Look, blue, it's fine. Like we said, you should be at peace with your globe. We definitely don't mind about sexual orientations or anything like that. If you want to come and talk about any of this stuff, please get somebody who knows something about surveying. If you can. I'm doubting you will, because you've set it up in a way that you've assumed that we're talking about something that's not reality. We are only talking about reality. In reality, level is obviously horizontal. Provably so. Put it on your globe and be happy. Say, "'Tis globe. Level is horizontal." Yes. "'Tis globe. Level is horizontal" proves 'tis globe. It is. It's contradictory. When you have something that's contradictory to the globe, it proves globe. Obviously. Contradictory proof of the globe. Just be happy, everyone. Please. Be at peace with your globe.
If they accuse us that we have contradictions, so they can have them all. So no problem. they need contradictions to prove their globe, so they should be happy that the more contradictions, the better.
Yeah.
For them.
More globe.
Yes, of course.
We'll go over imaginometry, and we are going to develop a globgic, right, to help people understand what's necessary. The blue marble science, the blue marble scientific method requires a certain type of thought process, namely zero. It's mainly dogma related, blue marble science, at least to my understanding. No doubt anybody else won't be able to come and talk about it. One of the things about it is it's a very secretive club, blue marble scientific community. It's very hard to get in there, and very easily can you be removed from it for not following the dogma. For questioning dogma is one of the worst things you can do.
I would say that they have plenty of proofs, but they don't want to share them, because this is, like hermetic knowledge, not for everyone.
Yeah, well, they have mountains of the stuff, I've heard. It has got little and littler talk of Evidence Mountain, or Everton's Mountains there were. It was like the Himalayas, I think. But they seem to have lost all of that sort of stuff. And definitely can't find any proof. There isn't even a proof pebble anywhere to be found in any of the Evidence Mountains. But Blue Marble Science is keeping them all over there at Blue Marble Science HQ. If you're looking for any, that's the place you go. You'll find most of the globe surveyors, the Blue Marble Science surveyors. There is no such thing as a globe surveyor. But, I mean, there are people that go on YouTube, and we've gone over one of those. We'll go over some more. What time is it? I think we're nearly done, aren't we? Yeah, that should do. Thank you very much. Like I say, I am going to be going professional to do this. And we will be going out doing it live, so... Thank you very much. Anybody got any final words? Cue up Buster and, model Affliction. Okay, everybody. Be at peace with your globe. Or your monad. Whatever shape it may be.
All right, here we go. Okay. Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You got to twist your words in every which way, because the motto will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Is it a straight line or does it curve? Some people unclamp it, but that is absurd. We all know that the model will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you are model afflicted blue. model affliction. It's your addiction. That model affliction. It brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. Conflating curvature with elevation change has got your local distance just out of range. That old biggie is gonna dictate everything that you do. And everybody knows that you got the model affliction blues. It's your decision defending the model position. You just don't know the geometric proposition. That old ball, it'll always be illogical to you. That's why perpendicularity is a puzzle to you. Model affliction. It's your addiction. Model affliction. It brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain.
World famous Buster.